And hello, everyone. You are looking at a map of Guadalcanal. You are looking at it from the north to the south. And my dogs decided they would comment on this as well, even though I told them not to. But what can you do when you have dogs? They don't speak English so well. You are looking at the Japanese defenses of Guadalcanal. This is part of an IKS, meaning International Kriegsspiel Society campaign for Guadalcanal. Both sides have ahistorical forces and deployments. So the way this campaign worked was the commanders on both sides were allowed to make choices regarding their force compositions. And both sides decided to make ahistorical choices. As a result, we're fighting the Battle of Guadalcanal in a very interesting way. It's different from historic. The Japanese decided this was going to be a naval operation and left it in the hands of their navy to manage. Meanwhile, the Americans have made the opposite choice. They have decided this is going to be an army operation under the command of MacArthur. So it is an army operation. You have U.S. forces in green, and you have Australian forces, mostly armor and some infantry, in brown. But there are no Marines. So at what point there are no Marines, I just assume the Japanese are going to win. But the Japanese infantry, which is probably Japanese Marines, these units are thinner and weaker. They're not as dense or as strong as regular Japanese army forces. So what's in it for Japan? Well, the trade-off is they have a monster fleet, monster naval forces that could absolutely be decisive. The Japanese could win the game before it even starts, I think, because their naval forces are so substantial. Now, I don't know exactly what the naval order of battle is. These are our naval unit markers, blocks as appropriate for Kriegsspiel. And here are your Japanese markers. Same, just red versus blue. I don't know how many or what you're going to see on the map. We do have some aircraft markers here. I have a feeling these come from another game. I don't know where. But hey, it's a tabletop simulator module. What do you do? And alright, so there's other stuff here. Exactly what will be in play, what will make it ashore, I don't know. But I do have a role in today's event. And that role is to play as a reporter, meaning I am going to be interviewing players, General MacArthur in particular, and it is okay if some of these interviews are staged at an inappropriate time. I think that's part of the Kriegsspiel problem that our lead umpire, Tack is his name, wants to create. So that's what we're going to do. So I need to get this live stream here. I wonder if that works there. I have some homework to do here so that people can see the game on our November 20th. No. We don't want to. We want to play it right now so that people can see this from our Patreon. So let's do this. And let's set the time. There we go. Oh, I've got to go at least 5 minutes in the future. Alright, guys. Well, we got another minute. I tell you. Why? There, that'll work. All right. Yes, we do have a Patreon account, and that is what supports this live streaming effort. It's a big part of the reason why I do these live streams is to create content for the Patreon and to try to keep my patrons there happy because your support helps the IKS. We have to pay bills like any other club or organization. Your support helps with that. Want to say hello to everyone who's on the YouTube. Lawson Brady, what's up? Emmanuel, this is going to be your first time umpiring for the IKS. I'm very excited to see that you're here doing that. Let's see here. I'm going to have to jump into the game momentarily. However, I do want to share with you, kind of as a commercial. Let's see here. Go to Kriegsspiel.org and just let you know that we have a website here. And we're very friendly here. And we have all kinds of cool stuff here. Lots of resources, lots of links, lots of things to check out. We have members all over the world, and you can come check us out and meet us. You can join our Discord. Down here we have our Discord. You can email us, and you can check out our resources. Check out the resources we have. Books, rules, maps. Check it out. We got maps galore. All kinds of maps. You just expand these. Here's Europe, where we have lots and lots and lots of cool maps. Period maps. We got rule sets, so you can pick rules. K22, which is a system I wrote. It's great for small games between friends on a Saturday afternoon. It's designed for that. Plays a little closer to the original than most of the games we play. We have all of our modules. You can check out our module collection on Steam. And of course, we have our podcast, which is on Patreon. So if you click here and you go to our Patreon, you can support us. And please do support us because, again, your support is what keeps these live streams rocking and rolling. All right, I think it's time to get into the game. Oh, we do have a shop. We do have merch. Let's take a look here. And you can get blocks too. There's a link there. But we do have our merch, and you can get your really cool IKS mug, just like I've got going on here. I got the IKS hoodie sweater, just because I'm cold. I don't normally deck out like this, but I wasn't planning to advertise so much. But it was cold this morning, so there you have it. And I can customize things. If you want stuff that's customized, let me know. Send me a message, and I will customize if you want your name on something or you want a certain saying or whatever. I'm very happy to do that. Okay, let's go ahead now and get into our game for today. Let's see what's going on. The umpires are in their room working. We have some players in the lobby. Let's see. We have red team. Let's take a look at the red team real quick. That's the Japanese side.
Some general standing orders for the carriers.
That would be great, actually. But we'll, if you'll give me just a minute, because I gotta get this team, and then I gotta get the allies, and then jump to get you all of your extra players.
Yeah, just give me a shout. Just give me a shout when you want the information.
Yeah, no worries.
I'm just thinking Greek fire in the background, so if you hear inhuman screaming, that means it's either gone horribly wrong or possibly gone horribly right.
Hey, now I know what's coming up in the video in like 3 months.
No, on Wednesday.
Wednesday. Nice.
Yeah. I've done all the history part, and now this is the practical element of can I recreate something similar to Greek fire?
That everybody's been trying to recreate ever since Constantinople fell.
The slightly disturbing thing is all the ingredients are available on Amazon. So
your YouTube channel is about to do like Brandon Herrera's when he made the Japanese pipe gun.
yes. Hopefully without YouTube cancelling it.
as you can tell, we have a lot of fun in the IKS, and don't try most of these things at home.
Permissions. So each of you will have your text channel that is only you. That is where your and really this is mostly for Drac because the rest of y'all have some veterancy in the IKS. That's where you'll get pinged if you have a direct update. A lot of updates will be verbals because we want to move through turns quickly. So that'll be where you'll get pinged with those. All communications will be done through the voice chat channels that are labeled. The ground net is for the.
What Tech is explaining to the players is that there's not going to be the normal flurry and transfer of dispatches. Instead, what they're doing is they have a voice channel that all players can jump into and basically like get on the radio. It's like a party line though, in that everybody shares that one channel. It's intended to simulate the fact that there's only so many channels, and if they don't have radio discipline, then the players are just going to have a hard time communicating. It's going to be a real mess. So that's a cool thing. All right, let's listen into the allies now. TAC is talking to the allies.
Are you ready to rumble?
Well, you see who you're fighting.
Yeah, no, I've already signed my like last letter home. So
Yeah, I'll be
All right.
everything has been prearranged.
I mean, if we are going to be defeated, at least we go defeated by someone with fame.
All right. Help me out a little bit.
Mhm.
Who is commanding? Who's the 25th ID's overall commander?
We do not have. He is not able to show today.
That's
and we also need.
an open spot.
That is
I will Whisper. I will give you the option of direct promoting one of the either the 27th or 35th commander up, or
I'm cool with it being an open slot.
Okay.
Because I also need the other brigade commander, and I also need an Aussie commander or commanders, depending on how many slots you want to give to that.
Okay. So what do I have people that are commanders of?
I have 2 Navy task force commanders.
Okay.
Technically speaking, Bikefish is the Hornet task force commander, but he might be taking over the security task force. I don't know if you have access to my briefing doc. It's there, which 2 task forces I'm referring to. So Bikefish might have a double command. He'll handle the carrier
That's fine.
stuff.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that.
Aside from him, I have Albareo. He is my coordinator with the Navy. So whenever I have fire support requests, I'm going to send
Okay.
him between 2 channels.
Okay.
And Queen of Bithynia is my battleship commander, the guy who's doing the fire support. And McClure is my 35th. Is that right?
Yep.
35th Brigade. Yep.
Crazy enough to do the job.
I also messaged you a list of like what I'm missing in DM.
All right.
Hello, Nick. Nick, are you one of my
Yes.
Navy commanders already, or no?
No, I will not play. I
Yeah,
have to
he's
leave.
not.
I have to
Yeah.
leave in half an hour. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Alrighty.
I will say the most annoying part for I believe I'm lightning is that little creek.
All right. So who is a ground forces commander, and name off what you're commanding so I can figure out how many other players I need to snag.
We have Colonel McClure, 35th.
Colonel McClure, 35th. All right.
And I think that's literally my only other ground force commander than
Okay.
technically me. But I'm not going to be there physically, so no.
Yep, you'll be coordinating rather than being there physically. I will get you some.
Can I also have a request? Once we have the allied commanders all selected and in, can I have 30 minutes to give them a briefing? Because I'm going to have a lot of new people that have not read my briefing document.
30 minutes is honestly that's gonna add that's gonna drag.
Okay, then I will do it on the fly. No worries.
Yeah. Obviously, you'll have commanders that are not.
Well, it's whoever's the Austrian armor commander in my sections.
Austrians,
I'll talk to
holy
them.
shit.
Australian. I'm sorry. I've been playing too many. Everything's gone haywire in my brain.
No, you're good. No, it's just fun.
Yeah.
All right, so both sides are still shaking out. That's very typical in these games. Typically, the first hour tends to be a lot of kind of setup and preparation, despite all of our best efforts to minimize that first hour of prep, even pre-creating modules and getting players in their place. There's always some kind of snafu that forces us to, basically wait an hour. I still start the live stream early because it's a chance to talk to you. It's a chance to listen to the players sort themselves out and plan, which is actually a very interesting part of the scenario. Now, these players already have plans, but as you have heard, there are some players who could not make it to the event, and there are more command slots available than we have players, I guess, signed up and available to play. So we do have some people who have wandered in asking to play, and they are going to be given slots so they can play. If for some reason you've never played before and you're just listening in on the YouTube and you are with us here in real time, feel free to hop into the IKS Discord. You can go to Kriegsspiel.org, find the link to our Discord, click that, hop in the lobby, and say, hey, I want to play. It looks like they are assigning some players right now. I'm watching everything on a second monitor here, watching the Discord. And we should be getting going soon. I think we will probably start before 9 a.m. local time. So these games, Open Saturday is at 8 a.m. local time. And that is local time Pacific, I should say, not local time. That's going to confuse you. 8 a.m. Pacific time, and then whatever that is in your local time zone. And that's religiously every Saturday. I don't think we've missed an Open Saturday since well over a year. So we're always doing an Open Saturday. And what the scenario is, typically it's some sort of Napoleonic type Kriegsspiel, but we do a lot of American Civil War. Today we're doing a World War II. There's just a wide variety of scenarios that we do. On Halloween, we did a Cold War Cuban Missile Crisis that turned into War of the Worlds because, well, it was Halloween and we wanted to throw a real twist at everybody. That was probably my favorite game ever. And that is on the YouTube. You can view that on the YouTube. It's worth a watch because the players are going on and on and on about Cold War stuff. And then aliens start dropping from the sky, and it's there's some cool moments. Anyway, let's see here. We should be starting. It's 8:25 local now, so we should be starting pretty soon. But the allies in particular are going to need a little bit of time, probably 15 minutes, to sort their players and give them new updated briefings. So in the meantime, we'll just kind of follow along with the umpires and such and listen to them work. In the meantime, we can also take a good look at the Japanese defenses. This is where the Allies are probably going to land. And it's a nice map of Guadalcanal they found. Very nice. How old is it? Is it? I can't find any information on it. But it looks period. It looks older. It's I don't know if it is World War II vintage. Henderson Field should be on it if it's later than World War II, and Henderson Field I thought was around here somewhere. I could be wrong. In any case, Bloody Nose Ridge. So a name like that suggests to me that they probably got that name during the war, so this is a post-war map, probably. But where is the airfield? Why do I think it's over here somewhere? I don't see it. In any case, let's take a look at the Japanese defenses. So we have Japanese naval forces. I suppose these are Marines. We've got some infantry here in town. We've got them on this little beach here. We have the headquarters here, some artillery, light artillery, but it's enough to throw someone off a beach. We have company level blocks here. We have some anti-tank artillery, which will be very important a few waves after a few waves land. Some engineers here who apparently, oh, that's a runway. They're building an airstrip there. I guess that's Henderson Field. That is. I don't want to move it. I do want to look underneath it. Alright. There we go. There's nothing underneath it. I heard they were building a second airfield in this scenario. So that could be the case. They could be right here. I'm not sure, but it looks like, what else would they be defending here? And you got engineers here. I think this is where the airfield's going. They're building another airfield there. So they got one there and one here. You have a lot of supplies here. A lot of supplies here on the beach. But when you take a look at it, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 companies kind of on the beach more or less. You got a couple more in reserve here. You got a couple more they could call upon. And then that's it. That's it. The Japanese force is not particularly strong or dense. They have lots of supplies. And you see the trucks. Don't let the trucks throw you off. These are just supply markers. The truck is just artwork on the piece. And these guys are coming ashore. Now, these guys aren't that many, but they're all coming ashore at one point. And you see there's a fair amount of armor, even on the second wave. They've got armor hitting the beach, so that AT gun is going to go to work. But if they can knock out that AT gun, that armor can spearhead and defend the beachhead as additional forces come on. I don't know if the AA can pierce that armor. It's light, so I'm assuming not. But I don't know what kind of armor the Australians are bringing to town. As I know, Australians are not known for their armor. So those could be obsolete tanks that they're landing with. So we'll see. Let's see here. Alright, it looks like all the teams are assigned. Let's see here. Let's go back to the Allies where TAC is now.
Who wants to be American?
American.
Okay. Oh, that is easy.
You are now my task force Thunder guy. You're the 27th Brigade. I'll give you a briefing here
Alright.
shortly.
Actually, I don't think Sniper can, Sniper can't talk on Discord, so I don't know if that affects anything.
I'll give Whisper and Albert, I'll give y'all text access to his text channel. Y'all can text back and forth.
Yeah, I think that'd be better because ironically, you chose me right when I have to go unavailable for like an hour on Discord VC, so I'll just be able to talk right now.
All right. We are the International Kriegsspiel Society, so we have people from all around the world. That means some people have a lot of gear and setups. They have fancy setups. Then we have people who just kind of limping along. They got what they got, and they're welcome, and we're glad to have them. Not everybody has the same stuff. I don't think that's as much the consideration, though, as the time zones. We have some players where, here it's morning, but they're on the other side of the planet from me. And for them, it's late. It's getting evening time. People got to go to bed. They got to go to sleep. They got to work. They got church or mosque or whatever they got going on. And, it makes it hard. You have people who have to share their computers and other things, or share space in a room, whatever. So it's hard for some players, in particular, to communicate with voice chat. So we really try really hard to accommodate all of this. And I think our record of success is probably pretty much 100% on this. So I don't want anyone to feel discouraged or embarrassed or have a hard time. Come on and let us know, and we will absolutely do our absolute best to accommodate you. There are sometimes people who need a little more time. Whatever that may be, we do our best to accommodate everyone. We're very accommodating, and I just want people to know that about us. So don't be shy. Don't be shy. Come on in, and we'll work with you. All right, let's see what else we got going on. We also have memes. If you want to see the memes channel, though, you gotta join our Discord. Alright, let's check in on the Japanese.
1st, 2nd, and 3rd battalions.
Mm-hmm.
And the other will be commanding all of the various and sundry attached units and the 45th Construction Battalion.
I mean, I can take the battalions if you guys agree on it.
You said we could perhaps do some mixes as well.
Yeah, if you want to mix it up, just make sure it's specifically noted who's commanding what, because I don't want.
In my opinion, it makes
have
more sense to mix them up.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
if you want to mix them up, just make sure however you mix it up, it makes sense. So I'm not losing my mind.
It's probably gonna be who is where.
Okay, that works for me. Y'all figure that out. I'm gonna get their text channels up, and we're gonna get this going here in just a bit. We'll probably start firing screenshots and get it going here in the next 10.
I sent them the initial deployment. I hope that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. And everything is deployed by the initial deployment, so that saves me from sending screenshots until we do turn 1.
Yeah, looking at the map, you see we got some shipwreck markers here. You have a thing here called Red Beach. Things like that tell us that this is definitely a post-war map. But I would expect Henderson Field should show up on it somewhere, and it's not. It's been a while since I've looked at a map of Guadalcanal. I remember reading books about this as a kid. I found it to be a fascinating story. Read 2 or 3 books when I was probably in junior high or so. It was pretty interesting stuff. Alright. Shortly we're going to hop in with the umpires and listen to them as they get their start. And I have to go interview MacArthur, don't I? which I'll probably do as soon as they separate out. I don't know. They're all in the they're all in their allies channel.
All right, I see that.
Oh, Burns Creek is lightning.
Oh, did he say Thunder? Sorry. my
Yeah,
bad.
he's looking at Thunder. But that is the super brief version of the briefing.
So apparently, I'm the first. I think that I'm wave 3, according to the order of battle, right?
You start at wave 4.
Okay, it says that the 27th starts on wave 3, so just questioning it.
If you're looking at the timing, it's just saying after wave 3 is that. Or that's what it should say.
Okay. All right.
Don't worry, I got the oob. Alright, what's up, Tack?
So I'm looking at your planned fires because obviously your battleships aren't really able to do on-call fire support when they are taking out grid squares.
I wasn't sure how precise they get, so they can take out grid scares if that's necessary.
So no, when I'm looking at you can on-call your cruisers and destroyers, but your battleships are not an on-call asset because they are more of a grid square removal tool.
Mm.
Your planned fires for your battleships.
Oh yeah.
You have.
All right, so they're planning the naval bombardments, working out naval stuff. Achilles asks if I'm playing or umpiring. I am kind of both. I am basically an announcer for this event, and my job is to interview MacArthur, probably a little heavily for some reason. And again, I'm basically the announcer, so that's what I'm doing today. Alright, let's get back to the allies, see if they got sorted on that. Be interesting to see what they hit.
Okay, so prioritize your high priority targets, and then after that,
Work the way down. Yep.
all right.
Little did we know that this man will be the one who proposes to President Truman to nuke China. It's nice.
Hey, Korea.
I love wiping out grid squares. It's one of my favorite things to do.
Noted.
All right, I'm gonna note that down.
Big
Oh,
grid
yeah,
square.
man.
I want you gone out of my life.
It's a good stress
Marshall.
reliever. Just last week, I tell you. It's a great stress reliever.
Whisper, it's fine. I've wiped out many in the entirety of Florida with nukes, so you shouldn't be worried.
But also, this planning is either going to go very well or very poorly, and there is no in between.
I will remember that.
I mean, this
Marshall,
is more,
zero. No, go ahead. Sorry.
this is more a concern for the Navy guys, but I won't worry about the Japanese naval attacks.
I have a security. So our battleships, our battle wagons, are the ones providing fire support. Bikefish is commanding our carrier stuff, and also he is commanding the security element. So the Australian American Navy task force is going to be providing security. They move in first, clear the way, and then our fire support arrives, and then we land. That is the rough sequence of events.
Marshall, do you remember that one time where I wiped out Florida with several nukes? That was a very fun time, wasn't it?
It was amazing fun. It's probably the most fun I've had running a Kriegsspiel in a year or more.
Honestly, we should panic, you know?
I agree. I think you guys should panic today too. But that's
You're not
all.
helping. You're not helping. I'm already panicking.
Yeah, you should.
I've gotten some hints from TAC, I think, in the past.
Marshall,
What might be showing up. So I'm more worried for the Navy guys than us.
Yeah.
I do hope you'll make that into a mug. I'll be the first one to buy it.
Yeah, I will. I need to. I need to get to work on it. I've been so busy, but I can
I'm
do it this
definitely
week.
gonna buy it.
I'll do it this
I'm
week.
gonna buy it for sure.
All right, I'll get it set up for you, and I can
My
customize
iconic
any other
mug.
merch you guys want too.
Oh, hey, Marshall, you're streaming right now, right?
I am. Yes.
All right. To your audience, we who are about to die, salute you.
well,
We
well,
also
well
informed the
said.
audience. We also informed the audience that they should panic with us.
Yeah, well,
Right.
they're
Stop with the
they're
panic.
probably laughing at you. Let's see if they're commenting at all. MacArthur, what is he doing there? That's from
Do they know
Achilles.
who their Kinefell is?
MacArthur, why
like-
are you here? Where's Nimitz?
Well, he and I argued together in front of the president, and I convinced the president that the army should head up the first offensive operation of the Pacific War.
Little
And
does the president know that you're gonna propose to nuke Korea in at least a few years from now on.
not
Why,
yet.
why do we care about Korea? Where are we even there?
Something happened.
I have a more important question,
Mhm.
which is where are your Marines, man? What are you doing? Where are your Marines?
The Marines themselves are performing a different special operation. The Army is taking this landing today. And we also have our Australian allies bringing in some wonderful heavy equipment.
What kind of equipment?
Tanks. We have Lees and Grants.
Oh,
I have a question, Marshall.
and
What are you?
no Marines, huh?
No Marines.
4.5.
Marshall, what are you playing today?
Well, I'm not playing. I'm an announcer, and
Oh,
my
you're
job.
just spectating?
Well, I'm supposed to interview players, and in particular, MacArthur. So I'll be going around from team to team and listening to the umpires, and announcing for all of our live stream viewers. But
That feels so sad because I said we should be scared because Marshall's on the American team. I was just ready to become a Japanese player just to fight you. And now
yeah,
I'm just
no. I would be scared because I'm attempting Guadalcanal without Marines. That would scare me, you know. But all right, hey, choices were made.
I unofficially
Decisions were
brought
made.
a Marine advisor, so we'll be fine. We'll be fine.
Sam Miller's gonna continue the attack on us today.
Yeah, he
Actually,
probably will.
Are we still doing grid coordinate callouts for artillery? Whisper.
He's gonna climb our tanks. That's what he'll do. He will be one of them. He will climb up our tanks and just tell us that he will continue the attack.
Thank you.
That's what he do.
I have a feeling that things are starting, guys, so I want to wish you all good luck, and we will be seeing you around in your channels.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Marshall.
I hope I can see you
Goodbye, Mr.
again.
McNamara.
Kind of sort of handling the high and medium priority targets on these screenshots. We will do the high priority targets as battleship and the medium priority targets as cruiser. So short version, there are 2 battleships available, and there are a number of cruisers, so that's not really a big deal. There's enough cruisers for all the medium priority targets to get an individual cruiser on them. But we will, we're going to roll those real quick, and that'll be a turn 0. So that way, the Japanese will get a turn 0 update of your troops are. It's 0400 hours, and your troops are taking fire. From your troops are taking shore bombardment in these locations, and for the Allies, they already have their initial orders are pretty much already written. So it'll be your ships have opened fire. Do you want to continue your plan? We're going to try to get this moving. The first few turns of this should go relatively quickly.
What should we do now? Because we don't really have anything to do.
Yep. We're going to do the naval fire support. So I will make this purple. Purple will be fine. So a bunch of explosions happen over here. fact, actually, Otto, you had it. I'd have to go looking for it. Could you just drop the stuff is burning icon
Sure.
over here along this ridge line? A few of them. Yeah, that works. And then we'll need to roll.
Do we need to represent the naval assets on the board, or is it just abstract?
No, I'm not even. Yeah, that's just going to distract. The Japanese don't have any heavy artillery to try to counter battery, even the destroyers. So.
Gotcha.
So has a naval battle been fought somewhere else? Because
No.
I thought the Japanese brought a lot of ships.
The Japanese have brought a lot of ships, but so historically, one of the reasons Guadalcanal even happened was that there was a typhoon that was coming through, or a tropical storm, and the U.S. Navy managed to arrive undetected at Guadalcanal. In this counterfactual, because we had player involvement in these things, the Japanese did have some warning, but they did not have sufficient warning to send their fleet to be waiting. There's the possibility of the Japanese Navy launching carrier strikes against the American fleet during this portion of the battle. Not guarantee that they even will, but there's the possibility that they could.
Okay.
But otherwise, this is a uncontested landing.
Okay.
That is open plain.
General MacArthur.
Yes, sir.
I understand that our boys are hitting the beach at Guadalcanal. Is this true?
We have not yet landed, but that is the intention, yes. We are going to be taking critical infrastructure on the island of Guadalcanal to project power into the Pacific. One key concern that brought us to Guadalcanal is that the Japanese find it important enough to put their own airfield. This is something that we cannot allow.
Wait a minute. Do you mean the Japanese are moving to cut off the United States from its allies in the South Pacific like Australia and New Zealand by taking over the Solomons?
Yes, they are currently in possession of the Solomons, but they have not been able to bring enough force here or have enough time to develop the infrastructure they would need to perform such an act. That is why we are striking now. We are going to be denying them key terrain in the Pacific.
You know, these Japanese soldiers have quite of a fearsome reputation. Is the army up to this task?
Absolutely. Not only is the strength of the American spirit superior, in my opinion, we are also bringing technology and superior firepower.
Oh, firepower. What are you doing to support the landings?
We have with us multiple battleships that the U.S. Navy has kindly lent over to the Army for this operation. And we have our Australian allies and their Navy supporting this effort as well.
Well, it's good to see all of America working together to bring freedom back to the Pacific and beat back this scourge. I wish you good luck today, General. Thank you for sharing your time with us.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Marshall.
You may have heard that I am announcing and spectating, and I'm also interviewing. I'm playing more or less as a reporter. So I wanted to interview who is commanding the Japanese side.
Overall command is Strikinethal.
Yeah.
Is he playing? Is he playing with
Dude.
matches right now? Oh, there you are.
Well, I'm in command of the naval side of things, so
So are you
I
in
think you're also our overall commander, just
yeah.
in general.
Although being a naval officer in traditional Japanese style, I have no interest or idea what the hell the army is doing.
What kind of soldiers do you have on the beach here, Admiral?
Ones with guns.
Are these Army or Naval or Marines?
Uh, as I say, basically I did all the planning on the naval side of things. So I think we've got some Marines. There's the construction battalions. Uh, Probably some regulars in infantry. That's about all I know, really.
Do you know that there are 2 airfields being constructed on the island?
Yes, I know that.
And why? Why 2? Why not just 1? It seems like you're dividing your efforts. Why 2?
Basically, partly as backup, partly as decoy.
Huh. And do you have is the Navy planning to support your efforts here? I mean, what's the Navy? I don't even see the Navy around Guadalcanal right now.
No, so the intel that we sorry, hang on a sec. I'm just going to go out of this room so I can take off the gas mask. There we go. So I literally just nearly set fire to most of the kitchen with my first prototype of Greek fire. So
Oh my!
anyway,
you know, you picked a heck of a time to play Kriegsspiel. I know it's a compelling game, but I gotta tell you, when you got flames burning in your kitchen.
yeah. So what were we talking about? Yeah, the Navy. So the Navy plan is that because we've detected that the recon reports give the enemy a possible superiority in aircraft numbers.
Yes.
There are three carriers, full carriers coming in apparently. So we want to husband our resources, and we also figure that if we attack immediately, the American fleet will be mobile and can protect their transports. They can maneuver. Whereas once they've landed, there's a narrow window of time whilst all the supply ships and troop transports are up close to shore, where the US fleet is pinned in place because they can't abandon the landings halfway through. And so that restricts their movement. So once we know what they're doing, the idea is that the carriers will launch a mass strike in the evening. So they're going to be coming out of the west over the island, out of the sun, which will hopefully give the Americans the least possible warning. And even if they do get some warning, their aircraft are going to be flying towards the sun, which can make visual spotting for interception very difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Those aircraft are going to go after the landing ships and troop transports first. Then and then also obviously after any big American capital units we find in the area, and then retreat so this will kind of be early evening time, and then retreat into the setting sun, which again will discourage pursuit. So basically our troops just have to keep the Americans occupied for 8 to 12 hours or less, depending on when exactly they land. And then we'll hopefully follow it up with a night attack to finish off any survivors.
Outstanding. Well, bonsai, Admiral. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that was the Japanese interview. They do have a clever plan in place, but the catch is they've got to last 8 to 12 hours, and apparently the commander is literally playing with a gas mask and fire. So, what do you do, man? What do you do? Kriegsspiel is a strong drug. Uh, anyway, it's going to be a good game, folks. It looks like the bombardments have happened. There are. Speaking of, now my smoke alarm goes off here in the house. That means my wife is cooking. My wife set off the smoke alarm, guys, so the dogs are going crazy.
That's fine. It's okay. The U.S. Navy set off the smoke alarm on Guadalcanal at 0400 hours.
Yeah, there's a lot of fire on the map. I was interviewing the Japanese admiral. He's playing with fire in his kitchen. So
Yes, he is. He is working on Greek fire.
yeah, I heard some of that. Who is he? He's new.
So he's new to the IKS. His YouTube channel is Drakenafel. It's one of the biggest naval history YouTube channels. I've been a subscriber to that for years.
Oh my gosh.
He came over to the U.S. and did a tour of all of the battleships and other museum ships.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually met him when he came through North Carolina.
Nice.
That's cool.
Nice. Well,
So, I invited him because the IKS has a lot of good, competent ground commanders. We do not have a ton of naval-minded people.
Mm-hmm.
So I invited some navally-minded people for the naval part of this Kriegsspiel.
Wonderful.
Hey, Tech, is there anything else that needs to be done before we can start the game?
Nope, we can start screenshots. If you're sending screenshots to the Japanese, do not show, and I can move them back. Hang on, let me delete the. I'll move these back. I put those there so we know what Lightning and Thunder Beaches are.
Yeah. Also, how big do you want the screenshots to be? Should most of the updates be given verbally?
So, this first update, the screenshots can be somewhat bigger because we want to relay the scale of your units are getting absolutely pasted.
All right, guys, are we ready to panic?
Always.
Already panicking.
Oh, good. Yeah, a little bit of pre-panic going on right before the main panic.
I have a solution. I have brought myself a nice Coors Light.
There you go. It's like when we have an earthquake out here. You kind of sense that something's wrong, and then the big jolt hits. It's like that.
Well, except the big jolt is naval guns.
Yeah, it really is. Oh, yeah, I am watching. Your bombardment has gone in. I'm not going to tell you anything. That's up to the umpires. But, yep, you've been chucking some of these shells. I think these shells are pretty big.
Oh, yeah, the size of cars.
Yeah, it's like hurling a Volkswagen, a couple miles.
Multiple Volvos.
Yeah.
Multiple spicy Volvos.
Spicy Volvos, huh? There you go. Yeah, I took a tour of the battleship Iowa one time, or a couple times, and I even wrote a book review on the battleships of the Iowa class. It was published in some naval publication. Really cool. Really, really cool.
Well, I'm just glad I don't.
Biggest guns are 14 inches. No, 16 inches.
16 if they're American battleships, probably 16s.
We have the Colorado, the Maryland, and the Idaho.
Yeah, big guns.
Not that the Lexington is here during this operation, but the Lexington is actually docked over in my home. Well, I say docked. It's moored at my hometown, Corpus Christi.
Nice.
So I got to see that a lot as a kid.
That's so cool.
Yep, the blue ghost. They even light it up in blue at night.
Wow. Yeah, I'm a few hours at least away from the Iowa. I'm on the central California coast, but I'm ready to get back down there. I was nearby there a month or so ago for an air show, but didn't have time to go see it. But yeah, I'm ready to go check it out again. Down there in Long Beach.
How many different boats are moored for near California?
Not many. I think there's the Iowa. There might be some. There's the Midway in San Diego, which is an aircraft carrier. There's the Iowa in Long Beach, and then up in San Francisco, They have a Liberty ship and a submarine, a World War II. Like, I can't remember the class, but it was, one of the later types from World War II. I'm trying to remember the name of the boat, even. But yeah, so you can go on the submarine, the Liberty ship, all that. So that's 4 that I know of. I don't think there are any others. If there are, I don't think I've heard of them. So
that's totally fair.
Yeah, California is a big place, so yeah, I would expect a little more at San Francisco, at least, which is a huge, huge bay. But I guess not. So,
what's the wooden sail ship? Is it the Constitution or is it the United States?
It's the Constitution.
I've always wanted to go see that on the East Coast.
I've slept on it before, actually.
Oh, how was it?
Uncomfortable.
Yeah, I figured.
It was for like a Boy Scout stinger. It was forever ago. So.
Yeah, sometime next year, hopefully, I'm going to be living in Virginia, so I'll be able to go see all kinds of like Civil War sites, and I'll be able to go to Norfolk, and yeah.
Nice.
That's good stuff. All right, I think they're doing your screenshots.
Oh God,
you'll be getting updates. You should be. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that you missed with absolutely everything. And these 2 Japanese divisions that are just waiting for you.
Get out of here, Marshall.
Oh, and then these level bombers coming in. Oh my gosh.
B-17s? It's like the Eagles in Lord of the Rings.
Right? Pretty much. No, they're Betty bombers, and they had like a 4-engine version of that. I think I can't remember what it was. Thought they had.
I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's what these are.
They're talking about something called an atomic bomb.
Yeah, crazy. Yeah, there is one
29
there.
to 1942.
Oh, we didn't tell you this is an alternative timeline.
Wait.
Yeah, the Japanese are going to bring Gundams.
Yep. And then the
as long
aliens.
As it's not Gundam style.
Just wait. A turn 3 is when the aliens hit every game.
God damn you, Turtle Dove.
All right. No, it should be fun. All right, guys. Good luck. All right.
Cheers.
Good luck. Thank you. This just in, the sky is in fact falling.
Everybody quietly waiting the first turn.
Do you see something?
Yes. Anybody have butterflies? Anybody kind of like nervous? No nerves
Sure
at
we'll
all.
win,
You guys
so
like
not
not worried.
I
Not
have
worried,
the
huh?
habit of winning, so.
It's pretty. It's just like putting your pants on in the morning. Oh, I'm just gonna win again.
Pretense.
Fantastic. Well, I'm looking at the master map. I can't tell you anything. You should be getting screenshots soon, I would imagine.
I assume there's a fire or 2 going on.
Well, as long as you're not smoking around the fuel dump.
Well, I mean, it's ready to blow. So.
In fact.
I mean, it is.
Yeah, I mean the Americans have come to play. They're not gonna just go easy on you. They're gonna hit you with what they've got. You know that much. And the question is it going to be effective? And then how do you respond? So it'll be really interesting to see how this develops. I see that.
Do we move to our separate channels?
I haven't gotten anything. I mean,
Yeah,
we
I've
can be on
gotten,
radio the whole time anyway, so it's not really.
Oh, this is World War II. Oh, okay.
Oh, I got a screenshot. Oh, there's fire.
Yeah, I got a screenshot too. I forgot there's radio.
How do we tell if like stuff happened or not? I find it very difficult to tell.
Yeah, the umpires will give you a report.
Okay. Because there's just some fire going on, but I don't know.
Yep.
Looks like it's focused on the left. Interesting. Is that a decoy or?
What do the fires symbolize specifically?
Probably artillery fire, naval support.
It's
Probably
like fire from naval guns.
Yes, I would assume that that's what it. I'm sure they'll tell us.
Alright, I'm not sure how to do exactly these turn updates in this World War II style, but basically, before dawn, a big portion of the Japanese coastline, or Japanese occupied coastline, is bombarded quite heavily. Situation is quite chaotic during the night. You heard especially that in the west, the ridge line extending from the village of Veramboli and the positions occupied by the 3rd Company of the 21st Battalion are quite heavily bombarded.
3rd Company?
That's me.
Oh, you guys flipped them around. Yeah, that's fine, I guess.
Yeah, and there are miles of jungle wood completely destroyed. And you hear that varying reports of casualties. The situation isn't quite clear yet, but ING companies have taken some casualties, as has the H and A companies as well. And now the bombardment is slowing down, I assume, and I'll be back in a bit. Or Dan, if Dan has anything to add.
Nothing else to add to that. Drac, you will be in charge of the air forces. I'll send it to your channel that are available. Obviously, they can't take off yet because it's still dark. But
what date is that, if I may ask?
What date?
Yes.
This is August 7th, 1942.
Is that where we expected them to show
up? Generally speaking, well, in this game,
from our spotting report, I mean.
Yeah, you guys had a bit of a heads up. They may have been a little off on the mileage.
Yeah.
They had said it was 250 miles. Yeah, they may have been a little bit off on it, but you did get a halfway decent spotting report.
Okay. Did Sam's force come under any fire?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think they don't even know about the second airfield.
Just to clear, are we getting all the same screenshots, like variations of it?
I think there's variations of it.
I think as well.
Did anyone note down what companies took casualties? By the way, from your deployment, they seem to have flipped around the 2nd and 3rd Battalion, so just be careful when you give orders and such. The picture I sent you is not actually correct. Or it might be, and I flipped it.
I'm kind of confused.
Yeah, no, sorry. I am.
Okay, so I'm in control of like 6 battalions overall, correct?
I'm confused. Sorry, which one you are?
Um,
So, in the future, I'll let you guys know when turn 1 is.
Sounds good.
Hi.
Oh, hi there. I was muted. I'm just popping through the channels listening in.
Yeah, currently there's bombardments underway, as I understand, and my ground forces should be landing here shortly. But there's not a lot of chat going on right this second.
Well, hopefully you're giving them hell, General.
I hope so too.
All right. How's it going, Tunis?
Pretty good, Marshall. How you doing?
Doing all right. How are the Americans doing? Or the Allies, whatever.
Well, the naval commanders just got word that Japanese task forces are in the area. I don't think they know much more than that, but they seem to be on edge. They don't have nearby carrier support. But the other player I have, he's coming in with the first wave. He's the commander of the, let's see, the 35th Infantry Regiment. Very bravely storming the beach on the first wave. You know, you don't see that.
Yeah, especially Army guys.
Yeah. Marines, sure, but
yeah.
Tech comes back to the channel soon, so we can kind of sort stuff out. Because I wondered what we're gonna do next. When we're gonna start next turn.
Yeah, I can't believe they left the Marines home.
that is definitely puzzling.
Yeah. Well,
I guess MacArthur wanted that glory, and we'll see if he gets all the glory or all the blame.
Yeah, if you lose, what's the point?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, let's see here. Yeah, I wish I was playing. I just haven't had time to get into more games. Now red versus blue takes a lot of time.
Yes. Are you playing in the red versus blue Risk here in a couple weeks?
Yeah, I'm running it.
Running
it with,
okay.
Running it with Peter. Peter's technically the lead on it.
Gotcha.
And I don't know why he called it Risk, because it's got not very much to do with Risk, but...
Is it actually kind of an in-depth?
It's still light. It's just letting people play around on the strategic map, push blocks of the strategic map, and you know, if you're clever, you play with your team and you kind of practice or rehearse. You literally Kriegsspiel out invasion scenarios.
Does the number on the unit, like A, the company H is 8, does that mean is higher number like they are not doing that badly and they're at 0?
So the higher the number, the worse off they are. When they hit 10, they break, lose a manpower, and then come back up. The manpower spot on the back is what will go down if they break. Okay. So for instance, if you look at Company I, they're sitting at 0, but their manpower is going down to 2. So that because this is pre-turn, I didn't have them break and run. They just
I didn't take orders yet because I wasn't in the channel, but I'm gonna see if the Japanese have any orders so we can move on to the next thing.
Yep. I'll go ahead and roll for this landing. Pretty much Cocoon Beach is where they're trying to hit. And let's see how close they get. Is that, Tunis, is that the next wave? You're getting first and second wave organized? Okay, gotcha.
And the third.
Gotcha. That's right. The first 3 waves are all on that beach, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so they hit 1 mile to the right, this first group. They're going to hit here.
I also have a quick question. I don't know if this is something you would know, Tack. The Allied commander told me that Special Zendos is also going to be commanding, it's either the 1st or 2nd Australian Motorized Infantry Battalion, and he wasn't sure which, but he wanted to attach one of those to him. Is that something that you know details about, or should I check in on that? I assume they would be under the 1st Armored Brigade.
So the Allied Command did a whole bloody briefing document. Hang on.
I have their briefing document open here. It's confusing.
So basically, if I'm not mistaken, the 35th Infantry Commander, well, the 27th Infantry Commander is in charge of Beach Thunder. So everything that lands on Beach Thunder is going to, for the moment, fall under the 27th Infantry Commander.
Okay.
So for today, that 15th Motor Regiment would fall under the 27th Infantry.
But is that,
Command.
I know 1st Armored Brigade is also landing at...
they're landing at Beach Light.
Wait.
They're at the different
They're not. Okay, that is confusing.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so the motorized infantry is going to Thunder, so they're under 27. Cool.
Correct.
That makes something.
Simplifies. Okay.
My other question was if they have direct control of artillery, or if that comes down to their division commanders.
Okay.
But that's not important just yet.
Let me drop down.
Hey Tech, Ninja asks 2 questions. First, he had ordered the bridges and a supply to be ready to be blown up. So are they like ready for that?
Yeah, the bridges and supplies can be blown.
Okay,
whenever.
and other questions. He had ordered apparently to build some concentrated defense fortifications. Did that happen?
All of the troops in their current positions over there with the 21st, they're considered to have heavy fortifications. So
which troops
it's
here?
built. I'm not getting into the granular. He went into granular detail. We're not going that far, but he can consider them. He can consider that his fortifications have been constructed. Yes.
Okay. And also the Japanese CSC ordered this thing while I was talking to them.
Yeah. Yep. I'm putting cards up for that stuff, so I put a card up. You can delete your text.
Nice.
I noted when that's going to arrive because obviously it has to take off and
gotcha.
make it here.
Okay, so that's the Japanese ready.
All right.
Do the naval commanders have to order naval bombardment each turn, or is it assumed that it's still happening at the same spot?
The battleship stuff is pretty much done at this point. If they want to continue bombarding, then they would need to order their cruisers to do it. The battleships, I mean, the battleships can keep up bombarding like the Beach Thunder side, but they're not going to keep bombarding Beach Lightning when they've got landing craft coming in.
That's a good point.
Tack, I had a question from Sniper. He wants to know how he should communicate since he's text only. Should he do dispatches, or because I know the other players are mainly doing radio comms?
The radio channel, actual voice channels have that thing where you can talk in them now.
Oh yeah, I forgot that's the thing.
Yeah,
They have that. They have that. I also went into Sniper's channel, and in his permissions, I know Whisper and Albero both have permission, so he can type stuff to them in his channel as well.
Yeah. By the way, can we move on to the first turn? Let's be
Yep, we're going to get the 0400 turn done now. So it looks like, these guys are going to land. I've already shifted them for their landing. So Company G in heavy fortifications. Let me make sure they are fully capable. So they are a D12 versus 6 D12s. I'm not even going to worry about the HQ unit because it would be coming in the back of that wave. He gets a +2. They get, good God, they're going to get like -3 because they're coming up a beach. So get this. And that's going to be the only combat we really need to roll unless there's a ton more shore bombardment, which I generally. So that's a 6 versus. 41 minus 18. Yeah, Company G just breaks. It's easy enough.
Is there anything we can do meanwhile we watch this?
Not at the moment. So it's really the support token right here. I'm using that to note that it's broken and it needs to reform. So this company is going to fall back. And these are going to land.
Do you want the players to see the enemy pieces in the screenshots? Or should we just basically do mostly everything by text what we talk about the situation?
Mostly everything by text.
Gotcha.
They wouldn't be. They engaged. I mean, that's a 2-battalion assault, and it engaged one company that was in fortifications. But my God, it wasn't in that good of fortifications.
Gotcha.
They've driven them out, and they have retreated further into the jungle.
This guy definitely gets a screenshot, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything else? Can we move on to the next turn?
We move on to the next turn.
Okay, it's 0400, right?
Yep.
Is the
Really?
naval
Yeah.
gun still firing?
Yeah, I'll do that real quick. If they're still slinging shells, then this is World of Fudge. I'm not going to sit here in granular naval stuff. I'll roll 4 and pick. Whoops. Do not want to flip that. You know what? They're not getting any surprise. We're just gonna. They're still firing. I'm not gonna.
So no, it's 0400.
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
Yep, 0400. And let's get the show on the road.
For the beginning, I'm moving all the Japanese people in their own channels, and then they can start moving around as they want.
Sounds good.
Tack, another quick question, just because I still have some confusion with order of battle stuff. The Allied artillery, does that fall under the division commanders, or do specific regiments have batteries under their command?
Division commanders. I don't. Well, if there's division commanders. If there is any battery, there's not many batteries that are coming in the waves this morning. So if there's any batteries that are coming in the waves, put them under the command of whoever's in charge of the beach, whoever's been appointed.
Okay, so these batteries I see for Wave 3 on Task Force Thunder, those will go to 27.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna also move these over so we don't forget about them. It's not their time yet, but soon.
All right, so we have some updates there with the umpires working up the kind of the pre-game turn there. Let's move to a quiet channel here so they can talk if they need to. And let's check in on the YouTube. I'm also interacting on the 1806 Red versus Blue server, so that's why I've been quiet here, because I'm allowing the umpires to do their thing, but I'm also facilitating another game. Lee and Grant's Guadalcanal. Well, this is going to go well, and no Marines. What could possibly go wrong, says Achilles. I'm of exactly the same mind. If that were MacArthur, he would have used I and not we. And Achilles heard the smoke alarm and thought it was his. All right. Oh, the USS Hornet is here in California, Achilles says. And he also says he's watched Drakenfell is the name, I think, his channel, and it's quite good. I'll have to give it a look. Jan is here. Hello, Jan. Yes, how the war is going. There you go. There you go. All right. Well, the war is just getting off to its start. Let's see here. All right, at 0700, there's going to be some aircraft coming in. That's going to make things a little tougher. Nonetheless, the first American troops are now on the beach. And it looks like they don't have a heck of a whole lot to resist them. So that's about to happen. There you have it. All right. Alright, folks. They are resolving another turn. And I am out of coffee. Yeah. Problems. Let's listen in on the umpires.
Hold the guns. Make it out of there.
Okay. It's a 1 hour turns, right?
Yeah.
And then headquarters is always going to try to refuse to fight, if at all possible. They can fight, but they are not going to try to fight.
Can we move on to the next turn?
Yep, we move on to the next turn. And yep, this is the 0500 turn, 0600 turn we'll have.
The Allied naval commanders are sending some destroyers out just to kind of patrol between Savo and Guadalcanal and Savo and Nagella.
Okay. Not a problem. Yep. We'll just drop the Allied ship orders on top of Savo Island.
Yeah.
There's not going to be any ship contact.
Okay. They don't know that.
No, they don't. All they got was information that there are Japanese task forces in the area. They don't realize that there's a large Japanese carrier battle group coming down the outside of the slot.
Yeah.
That may or may not launch a ridiculously devastating carrier strike. All right, give me a couple minutes to take a moment, and I will be right back.
All right, I am off to give reports.
Sniper is text only, and Special Zone does is AFK for the moment. So my reports are.
I'm just kidding.
Okay, I was like, wait, I told them to stop.
I saw that, but yeah, luckily it had already stopped. So as your men, this battalion, as it advances, it comes across Japanese artillery battery that was in the process of limbering up, potentially to retreat, and your men were able to overrun a number of the artillery pieces, but some did get away. So they've scampered off into the forest, but you have captured several Japanese light artillery pieces. Your men also skirmished with what you believe to be a headquarters company, and it also managed to escape into the jungle. After just a very, very brief firefight, very few casualties. But 1st Battalion is continuing to advance to the east, and 2nd Battalion is setting up perimeter around the beach to prepare for the next wave, which should be landing here in about an hour.
All right. For the first company, they're going to continue moving towards the east, towards the Lunga River. Okay. Just in case, I'm going to have one company actually do rear guard. The second correction will continue to dig in and prepare for enemy counterattack.
All right. When the next wave lands, do you want 2nd Battalion to move up to sort of clear the way for them?
Yes.
Okay. And where do you want them to go?
When the next wave lands, which I believe should be... Sorry, I wrote this down. When the next wave lands, the 35th Company will take up the position of the 2nd 35th Company, of the 2nd 35th, correction. And the 2 armored elements are going to... So basically what's going to happen is that the 2 armor elements and the 2nd 35th are going to support the advance of the 1st 35th, while the 3rd 35th takes up defensive positions at the beach.
Okay. Now, are you going to command that? Or no, that's sniper.
Yeah, well,
it's yeah. Okay.
But that's what I'll basically tell him when he gets here.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay, that should be pretty good. So we'll go ahead and put that in.
All right, thank you.
Yep. All right, gentlemen, you have sent off your destroyers to patrol the waters between Guadalcanal and Savo and Nagella, and also the indispensable strait in Iron Bottom Sound.
Yay! Hopefully they don't have consequences from this action.
So far they have not reported anything, but they're still en route to those destinations. You have spotted landing craft coming back from the beach and picking up the next wave, which includes armor, and they are soon to be heading back towards Guadalcanal to drop them off on the beach. So, are there any changes you would like to make to the firing plan?
I'm posting in the channel right now for that.
Okay.
Written down.
I posted my 2 fire missions in my channel, so that's what I'm up to at the moment.
Oh, good. Okay.
Question. I am looking at the loadout for WASP. WASP is noted as having 1 RTB squadron. Is that recon torpedo bombers? And can I put bombs on them? Yes, no.
Ooh, that is a good question. Let me see. Let me go ahead and ask Tack, and I'll have him come down and answer that one.
I'm just making for my fire missions. I'm realizing I don't want to have everybody like focused on shooting, so I want to keep some anti-sub stuff going. So I'm having Hull and Dewey supporting the battle wagons, while Ellett and Wilson do this patrolling for the cruiser force. Just amendment.
That works.
Question. Is it easier for you if we specify specific ships or if we say ships are doing the thing?
Either one is fine. I will assume a good composition of what you would like your ships to do if you don't specify, but if you do, then, that changes the order in which they get blown up.
That's fair.
Yeah. If that happens.
So if I have any ones I like, I shouldn't tell them to do anything. Okay.
Definitely. Keep those in the middle or in the rear.
Yes.
Cool. Well, I'll go ahead and put in those fire missions, and then I'll have Tack come down. The RTB squadron it was that you said.
Yes. Yeah. Whatever WASP's torpedo bombers are. Hornet isn't doing anything as of yet.
Yeah, Marshall might know that.
What's the question?
What does RTB stand for? And
return to base.
Well, what about if it's a designation for a torpedo bomber?
I don't know what the R would stand for.
I was guessing reconnaissance. I seem to recall that was the previous.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, you're right. Reconnaissance torpedo bombers. They did use them for looking around, I guess. So that could very well be what it is. It's for recon. Meaning it's not probably not going to carry a torpedo at all. It's going to just carry fuel.
Eyes. Okay, so then I'm going to work under the assumption that I cannot use bombs with those, but I can send them out to do looking around.
Okay, yeah. But again, I'll have Tack clear that up just in case.
Okay. Yeah, just if I can put bombs on them, let me know. If I can't, no need to do any more than that. I'm just going to operate under the assumption that I cannot.
I'll ask him right now.
No.
No,
HQs?
These HQs were told to get away from the artillery, so I moved them in this small village.
Okay, so they moved, and then all the cruisers are redirecting their fire on like this spot, which is really close. So these three potentially are going to catch some strays.
Yeah.
Oh, did you see that the amended fire missions?
I did.
Okay.
I did. I'm not
Question.
even at this point. I'm not even counting the destroyers because overkill
Yeah,
is underrated.
Hey, Bikefish had a question on his ship, the Wasp. It's he saw that he has some RTB bombers or planes. Are those what are the capabilities of those planes? Are they bombers at all?
I also have a
Torpedo bombers. Yeah, they're torpedo bombers. That's somehow included in R. They're torpedo bombers.
Oh, gotcha. So they can be outfitted with torpedoes or medium bombers. Okay.
Torpedoes are like 1,000-pound bombs for level work.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'll go ahead and tell
Yep,
him
no worries.
I also have a question from Ninja. Can Sam's artillery potentially fire here? Like, do they have the range?
Stand by one. I will let you know. All right. So, FYI, Otto, Ninja should and Dookie should know that they're still getting not as heavy as they were, but they're still getting shelled, and
Gotcha.
Ninja's guys are getting really nervous about this constant shelling. He estimates it's not battleships, but he's getting constantly shelled.
All
right. Stand by for these are light artillery, so probably gonna be a no, but I'll do my due diligence. Yeah, it's gonna be a no. His light artillery, their range would be more of like 6 miles.
Can you tell what's the range in grids?
We can say 6 for those. They're not heavy guns.
Anything else?
These guys.
That's it. Whoever's commanding these guys, they're giving reports that they're catching some friendly fire off of those battleships pounding the ridge line to their south.
Okay.
There's no combat here though, yet.
Not
yet.
yet.
I guess. Yeah. Okay. But I'll give the Japanese a message though that they've sighted some troops.
Yeah.
All right. But yeah, are we ready?
Yeah, I think we're ready. Go ahead and I'll erase these dots.
So this turn that was just resolved was 0500.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta land this.
Yeah.
Now
so
it's
now
0600.
Yep, now it's 0600. So the next, I cannot get that bloody dot. Those dots to get rid of. There we go. All right.
So whoever has
Now
sniper, you can tell
Yeah.
him that
Did
he has
you
landed.
Did you roll for snipers?
Oh, I did
landing?
not. That's right.
Stand by. I gotcha.
Okay.
Yep. It's a simplified version of Carter's massive
Yeah.
system. I just figured we would make it not quite so difficult. All right. 4. Yeah, they land on the beach.
On target.
Which is on target for this unit is actually here.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yep. Because that's Lightning Beach. These guys landed 2 miles off
Yeah.
Lightning Beach. They landed further south than they were supposed to.
Gotcha.
These
Okay.
guys get to land dead center of Lightning Beach like they're actually supposed to.
So is there going to be combat here, or is this company
There
H
will be at
in line?
0600 if they don't move. Frank Barron's going to have an opportunity to move them first.
Okay.
Because he saw these guys before 06 in this last turn. So when Otto gets back, there'll be
So
the
I'll have to wait and see before I send my update.
Yeah, keep in mind when you're moving these tanks, so these are tank companies. So you're looking at like 15 tanks, but they have no infantry whatsoever. So if they get into the fighting in the jungle with an infantry company, they actually don't do so well.
That's interesting. Okay. Is that something that there are specific rules listed for, or is that just something I should keep?
No, that's something that'll be discretion because
discretion.
in the open, 15 tanks would wreck infantry by themselves.
Yeah, but jungles they're gonna have like no visibility.
Yeah. Those are M3 grants, by the way.
Yes. Yeah,
So-
we were looking at what tanks the Australians would have
Yeah.
earlier
Yep.
when we were organizing
Yeah,
force.
the heavies are M3, the mediums are M3 grants, the lights are M3 Stewarts. I don't think we have any lights involved in today's activities. We do. Well, Wave 4T has some lights.
And that the headquarters brigade for the armored, it's probably a command version of the M3 Grant. Is that correct? And maybe support vehicles.
No, headquarters. You figure headquarters would be some support vehicles, and probably some Bren carriers.
Okay.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a command tank just because the armor brigade has armor and light mechanized. So the
Gotcha. I had my
command-
player asking what it would likely be, and I assumed it would be a command tank. So I said most likely you might have a command tank plus support vehicles.
Yeah,
but
he might. Well,
either
he'll
way,
have a hodgepodge.
Yeah, I made it sound like a hodgepodge, so I think we're good with that.
Do you guys mind moving your hands? We'll get Otto to move his hand. And he's not.
Otto is so busy thinking about what to get done.
Yeah.
Yes, very honorable. 30th Tokubetsu is beginning to attack. Hey, Marshall.
Hey guys.
Still setting off your smoke detector?
Oh no, we're good.
One thing I will note, so you have Beach Lightning and Beach Thunder, where they're doing the landings. If they had done them in the opposite order, they would have two waves ashore before the Japanese even knew there was a landing going on.
Yep.
That's true. Otto's not here, so I would ask him what he's doing, but I guess I can't.
I'm going to have to move these guys out of the way. One of the things that became a even bigger mission imperative for the Allies is capturing this runway intact. because being that they're predominantly Army, they are much more reliant on the land, on that ground airfield. They have Army Air Corps assets ready to move whenever.
I moved all the Japanese. Oh no, I didn't. But basically everything that kind of matters.
So Auto Company H pulled back. They're not going to be engaged with any of these units, right?
Yeah, they were ordered to.
Cool.
Ninja sent 4 runners there to make sure at least one of them exits, so they can order them to fall back. I basically told them that they are getting bombarded so much that they're having trouble getting any situation reports. And I'm not sure how common radios were in like Japanese army. Like they definitely did have some, but like.
Well, mid 42, somewhat common, but they would have still had a lot of field telephones, which obviously would be getting screwed up by all the artillery. Even in 2005, if you were in fixed positions, you were running field telephones.
Yeah, by the way,
I ran a lot. I'm sure you've run telephone cable too, Otto.
Yeah, I have run too much of those. We used to connect it up to our tents.
Yeah, the stupid voice activated phones you could barely hear anything on.
Actually, we didn't know those weren't at least. We didn't have those. We had like Cold War tier field telephones. Simple and dumb, but they worked pretty well.
Yep.
But yeah, all of the Japanese have not been moved.
All right. So we have no combat 0600.
Sam Miller asked if he can go to the front of his column. Can he? Is he motorized?
Yeah. If Sam wants to get to the front of his column, we can move him to the front, or at least move him.
General MacArthur.
Hello.
Hello, General MacArthur. I understand the boys have finally landed on the beach. How's it going?
It's going incredibly well. We have already driven off a potentially low-level HQ unit, and artillery has been captured from the enemy.
Oh, outstanding. That will make a fine addition in front of the Pentagon or your headquarters.
I'm already thinking of creating a museum near my home about my childhood, where I will showcase such trophies.
That's going to be splendid. I'm looking forward to visiting there. What have our casualties been like?
So far, as the reports have gone so far, at least the ones that I've received, the casualties have been surprisingly light. The Japanese, I suspect, did not expect us to land where we did, so we have the element of surprise.
Outstanding. Well, so far so good. It seems like a well-planned and executed operation. Good work, General. The nation is very grateful for your service.
Thank you so much.
Battleship shoots like, I don't know, once a minute.
You actually have a... Yeah, well, that's still 60 shots per
Hello,
turn.
gentlemen.
Of course, but over a whole, like, over 8 square kilometers or something, that's not very many.
I'm just saying that there's a concentrated bombardment on my general area.
Okay. I mean, what are we gonna do?
Nothing.
Gentlemen, how's it going?
It's going, I guess.
Yeah.
It's about as expected.
Have you thrown the Americans back into the sea?
No,
Nope.
we're baiting them onto the island so we can defeat them on there.
They're throwing me into the jungle.
Oh, so your strategy then is to let them come ashore, and then when they're least suspecting, you're going to counterattack?
No.
Yeah, apparently we're gonna make a stand at the river.
Yes, our hope is that we hold on the river and delay them, and then in the evening and in the night the Navy clears everything up for us.
Do you think the Americans will attack you there?
I mean, we're holding the whole river, presumably. I mean, it's
I
always
just-
hard to tell how these kinds of games go. But
It-
realistically, a flanking move through the jungle is entirely unrealistic.
It's just that, you know, the Americans don't have the same fortitude that courageous Japanese soldiers are legendary for. So I'm afraid they'll just sit there, you know.
Yeah, that's fine. That's called delaying them.
Yes. Well,
I am somewhat surprised how effective their blind bombardment in the middle of the night is over a huge area. But like one of those little squares is a kilometer, if I am right.
Well, that's what battleships do. They blow up grid squares. So,
Do they though?
yes, they do. You bet they do. They obliterate them.
Yeah, my units are taking serious damage.
Yeah. So, well, hopefully your Navy gets here soon and can, you know, help save the day. In the meantime, I think you are probably obtaining a strong position behind the river, and I know that our men will not retreat from the face of the enemy. They'll hold them at bay and throw them into the sea. So, for the Emperor, Banzai.
Banzai.
Good luck, guys.
Construction Battalion has been wiped out by heavy caliber shells impacting the airfield, and Company C has fled back to the Lunga River after taking fire. Good enough. All right. That
Attack.
is, yeah.
The Japanese don't believe that battleships destroy grid squares.
Well, they don't actually destroy grid squares. That's always just been the joke about battleships. They're a grid square removal tool.
Yeah.
But
but
because I mean a 16-inch gun, high capacity shell is 1,900 pounds, and it's your basically dead radius is almost 100 yards.
Well, yeah. And
So that's for one, and you're firing
like
these
9, 12.
Yeah, between 8 and 9.
Yeah.
Depending on the ship.
First Armored Brigade decided to start moving southwest into the jungle. I could not tell you why, but that's what they're doing.
I couldn't either, but they are moving very slowly.
Yeah, so I don't know how far. I guess their tanks are 10 normally, but I'll say they get maybe like here-ish. Does that seem reasonable?
Yeah, that seems fine. Like, yeah, 1.5 sounds great.
Okay, cool.
Interesting.
Yeah. So we're gonna have
Wasp.
an unsupported assault upon. Anyway, yeah. So
have fun with that.
Wasp is launching 3 squadrons, 2 dive bombers, and 1 fighter to delete the airfield.
All right. So they are.
Dive bombers are
so-
dauntlesses, right?
Yes. So this is a 0600 turn. We're going into 0700, but they launched at 06. And 100 Wasp. And they are. What are they launching again?
2 dive bomber squadrons and 1 fighter squadron.
1F. All right, noted. So noted. That'll go in. That'll go in at 0. Yeah, that'll go in at 0800.
Okay. Does that mean that'll strike at 0800 or
Yes.
the line?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, because it'll take them. They've ordered it now. Now it'll take them a hot minute to get it ready.
Gotcha.
And then it'll go, and then the strike will go in.
No.
The fun part is the first Japanese combat air patrol hits at 7. So.
Oh boy.
Yeah, we'll get some. We'll get a little bit of air combat going on. Not to mention all this AA.
Can we now move on to the next turn?
Yeah. So this is we. This is the 0700 turn, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're good to start sending those reports.
Yep. You're good to send the zero.
I would just say, Ambassador, could you tell Sniper that McClure wants to talk to him, and he is waiting in the ground radio net.
Oh, okay. Wait, how do you spell? Oh, I see it, McClure.
Yeah.
All right.
Wolfton.
One thing to let whoever's got the HQ for Lightning Beach, alert them that that they see a flight of planes bearing the rising sun overhead.
Okay.
Yep, that's it. They just see a flight of planes bearing the rising sun overhead.
Oh boy. You're right on the ball.
Oh, fantastic.
Okay, so you are continuing to advance toward the Lunga River. As you're moving forward, you see two companies of armor, the Australian armor that just landed,
I never
moving.
this Sniper, by the way.
Yeah, he should be in the channel this turn.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Sorry for interrupting.
No problem. But you see those tanks heading southwest into the jungle, and you don't see any infantry going with them. So
Yeah.
that is, some of your staff are a little puzzled, and some begin to panic.
Yeah. I'm gonna yell at him next time.
Yeah, he might need it.
Yeah.
You also spot overhead several planes, and you can see from here they have the roundel of the rising sun on their wings. You can see that.
We have fun here. All right.
Yeah. So there you are.
Oh, how'd my engagement with the Japanese infantry I could see go?
They continue to retreat. So they have pulled back, and all forward companies are reporting that the Japanese seem to have pulled back across the river.
All right. I'll have my 3rd, 35th take up defensive positions mainly at the crossings across the Lunga River. They're going to be in the jungle and stay out of the open to prevent contact with planes.
Okay.
My 2nd 35th is going to continue to hold on phase line green, but they're going to be in the jungle watching that road and waiting in ambush for anything that tries to go on it.
Okay. And do you want them to be facing west?
Yes, they're going to be facing west.
Okay.
Thank you.
Makes sense. Okay.
These tanks. All right. The 1st 35th is going to set up on that blue phase line that I posted above. And I'm going to send one company to go accompany the tanks, and my HQ is going to go to Sniper's HQ.
Okay. So you want to be co-located. They might. Now his HQ is going to be armored, so he's going to be in tanks. You of course are not, so that might it might affect how fast you get there.
Okay, well I'll just call him on the radio then.
Okay.
I want to move the HQ over to the 3rd 35th and kind of observe the situation at the Lunga River.
Okay. Now the 3rd is reporting that there is not a lot of tree cover over in their area. They can move further south to get into some better cover, but there are some coconut plantations that they can. If you look at the map, the little circular dots, that's a coconut grove.
All right. Well, it's find as much cover as you can. Try not to get spotted from the air. I want at least one company on that forward and one company on the bridge with one company acting in reserve.
Okay.
Um,
Tunis and McClure, I just have a quick question. So I believe you said McClure wanted to speak with Sniper. Sniper's text only, but if you guys are able to talk via text on the ground radio net channel, however you figure that out, just let me know if you have issues with it, because I'm only back to Sniper.
Yeah, I told McClure about that.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Right,
Cool.
well,
I think we are all set.
Indeed, I got to go up to just talk with Sniper. So thank you for the update.
Oh, have fun with that.
I will try to.
And set up, and they've begun to take off, and they are now heading toward the island. So
Here we go, boys.
yeah, like that you should expect to receive reports probably around the 0800 mark.
Okay.
That's when they will be reaching their target. Anything else? Any changes you guys like to make?
We're about to make
things.
Sorry, we're about to make a bunch of fire missions.
Oh, sure. Okay. And of course, you can talk to the ground commanders and coordinate that if you want.
Yeah, they just dropped by to request a bunch of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
perfect.
we're just prioritizing and assigning right now.
Mhm.
So yeah, since I have many hats at the moment, best way to note what's happening for various things is probably just putting the task force name in there. So I'm just going to do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bithia, just give me what you want me to do for those, and I'll get those in.
Yeah, I'm thinking, should I split my force into 3 to put a battleship and a cruiser firing at each one of the top 3, and then split your force in half and have each half fire at one of them? Do you think that's a decent split up?
I mean, I would say if they've given us.
Hello, Marshall. How are you doing today?
I'm well.
I'm afraid to inform you that the umpire left too early, so.
Uh-oh. Where are you at?
The speech cannot. Actually, I'm about to land at Thunder.
Oh,
2 hours schedule.
2 hours ahead of schedule or after schedule?
No, ahead.
Nice.
I'm supposed to land according to the wave order of battle says I'm supposed to go at 10, but I'm supposed to. I'm guessing I'm just about to arrive, which is great. I mean, I don't know what's happening in the other parts, but my men are inspired given the 2 speeches I made to them, telling them that the Japs aren't gonna give them any mercy, so we shouldn't either. And yeah, they aren't gonna give us mercy. Have they given mercy to our prisoners? So I mean,
so
they are quite ready for combat.
Well, I hope they are, because from everything I hear, this island is infested with 2 things. One is snakes, the other one is Japanese. So you will have to root them out.
Agree.
You will have to root them out, burn them out with fire.
I agree.
There you go.
Lucky we have a flamethrower unit in here. Ta-da-da-da.
Of course, the Japanese are worried that the jungles are infested with Americans, so I guess it works both ways.
Fair assessment, I guess.
And the locals think the island is infested with people who shouldn't be here in the first place.
Very much confusing.
Yeah.
Well, it's a good thing I haven't told my men that we should panic today. So.
Yeah, usually that's a good sign when when your instructions don't involve panicking.
I would, that time I was really fumbling with my words. I didn't have time to write a speech. I was hoping it'd be for the next turn during the game.
Yeah, we pulled a good surprise on
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
But I definitely want
Yeah,
to
you
stay
did.
focused on Guadalcanal here today. So, what is your plan once you get ashore?
Well, according to the map that I'm looking at right now, I'm arriving near something called Cacambona. So once I land, it's actually between, just about next to it. There's a creek and a river at BM and 4. So if you see that in the map,
Okay.
I'm kind of supposed to land between that. So I'm thinking that once I land, I'm gonna seize the road and then head to Cacambona to link up with the supposed division at Honiara. So I'm hoping that I can get there in time, and hoping that they've made some good progress as well.
All right. So you're gonna link up with allies, and then do
Yeah,
you have plans after you link up, or what are you doing after you link up?
Well, I guess I'd have to wait for further orders. I'm to be quite honest, I'm presuming we're probably going to push on past Honiara to the Kukum beach, and further past that along the river to it's kind of going to be mostly to the. I'm expecting the fighting will be mostly to the coast, like generally along the coast. We'll have to see. We will see.
Yes, we will. Well, best of luck to you. We'll see how it unfolds.
I hope to see if I will try to hold back my we should panic today. Just hope that the Japanese will as well.
All right, good luck.
Thanks a lot, man. See ya.
Heavy AA and light AA and Company C is facing away
That's probably a mistake. That's a mistake, probably.
Yeah. Do you know anything of the H Company?
H Company has made
Yeah.
it safely across the river.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And they were holding
I'm gonna send it south. I think.
Yeah, I'm also currently marching northeast again.
Wait, why would
Very
we send
good.
it south?
Well,
Then
to
we just
join
get
up with him, but yeah, we'll just keep it here.
We have to defend that side of the river, though.
Very true. I mean, Sam should be coming as well.
I'm probably going south, since you're still holding. If that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of depends what you want to do in the south. Let's wait for what Baron finds out.
Wait,
Like, maybe they're not even going south. When the enemy isn't going
Matt.
south, it makes no sense to send you there.
Max, why would you go south?
Flanking.
I mean, Sam.
Oh, like to extend our flank, and
Yeah, but he
potentially
is
I
currently
could
down
force-
there, so
But nothing was following me to the south.
Yeah,
Basically.
there's nothing south.
Yeah,
I don't think
they're
on the
probably all
river.
going to the east.
I think you can send like 1 or 2 units south to make sure they don't cross unopposed, but I would just keep a large reserve. That's probably like what helps most.
All right, so the Americans are concentrating and they're about to try to attack this position here. I don't know how well it will go for the Allies. I think they need more infantry to punch through. They do have the armor, so they could, over time, clear out the heavy emplacements. But they probably do need more infantry. And it looks like they're starting to kind of spread out this way, like they're either worried about being flanked, or they are planning to try to outflank the enemy themselves. Alright, I don't know who is commanding these troops. It was the 35th. Let's see if I can find out who's commanding the 35th. Is it written down here? No. And here on my right side, green 3, maybe that's Bikefish. I don't know. Let's see here.
air attack. I don't know if I should like cease bombardment and like begin and get ready for that.
Bithynia, I have priority requests. First, that spot in Haniera by the Public Works Department. If you can keep hitting that, perfect. The intelligence I have right now is that the majority of Japanese forces are across the Lunga River, according to Colonel McClure. So repeat on the airfield, repeat on the crossings for the Lunga River on the Japanese side, which should be the eastern side. And if you could fire in depth at the village south of the airfield and on the crossroads north of the airfield and northeast of the airfield. Does that make sense?
Okay. I've just gotten a list of coordinates to fire at. This might be the same one as you, but yeah, it's hard for me to match the targets you're listing with areas.
If I
already...
Go ahead.
Yeah, we got 62.3 firing at 05.5, comma 57.5. I think that's Public Works Department.
Yes.
Then I've got my battleship groups engaging 13.6, comma 57.6, and 13.5, comma 59 sharp. That actually sounds like the Public Works Department. Oh wait, no, that's
13.6, and then what was the other?
13.5, comma 59 sharp.
Yes. And then there should be another one that's the crossing that is 13, 5 to 8. It depends. So 13, I'm going to say 7, and 577.
I'm engaging 13.6, comma 57.6. That sounds right, like what you're thinking.
Perfect.
Yeah,
then
already got bombardment on that.
Then there's the airfield that is 14 something. And there's a 5-7 sharp. So 14 5 5-7 sharp. There is a 5-8 sharp 14 5 and a 14 5 5-9 sharp.
2 lights and a heavy. All right. So a hit. One of the dauntless. Yep. One of the dauntlesses takes a hit. 3. And the zeros do well against the Wildcats, and then the ones that break off to deal with the dauntlesses get shot up pretty bad. But the one of the dauntless sorties is forced off, so the Wildcats and the dauntless and one of the 2 dauntless sorties are forced off by anti-aircraft and fighter attack, which means we only need to roll for 1 bombing the airfield, which means they're going to be bombing this 45th Construction Battalion. Is the only unit they'll directly affect. And dive bombing 1d4. And then that number is just directly applied. Like, we don't have to do anything else, and that's done. So, 1d4. That's a 3. So 45th Construction Battalion that unit's already at 7. They're now in the dead pile because they. So the reason why they don't have the same manpower rating is I'm using the manpower rating to define combat power. 45th Construction Battalion was mostly Korean laborers, and they had. I mean, you had some Japanese, you had some guns, but they had a lot of guys that just had like shovels and literally spears.
All right. Can we move on to the next?
Yep, we can move on. I'll relay the air combat stuff. Don't worry about that. Y'all just worry about the ground stuff. Did y'all have any ground combat to roll this turn?
There was scum fighting between the
Fighting
IKS,
between those 2?
Yeah, but
Okay.
not really, nothing major at all.
Okay, so they just kind of finally bumped into each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the real fighting's next turn. All right, sounds good. Sounds good. Let's keep it simple.
Cool.
Okay, Lancer and Dave, both of you welcome. Achilles, welcome back. Lancer asked, just tuned in, what are the sides here, U.S. Army and Australians versus Japanese? And that is correct. You probably need to know, Lancer, that this is a little ahistoric. In fact, it's kind of a lot ahistoric in that I explained this at the beginning of the live stream, but if you're coming in the middle, you wouldn't know this. Both sides are fighting this battle as part of a larger campaign, and the campaign, the commanders on both sides were able to make a series of pre-game decisions. The Americans made a decision that this would be an entirely Army operation with some naval support, meaning, and you're just gonna cradle your head when you hear this. They left the Marines behind. They're doing this without Marines. Now, miraculously, they have in fact got ashore and have pushed their way in. Meanwhile, the Japanese are doing this as an entirely naval operation. So what that means is they have a lot of heavy ships out there in the area. So the Japanese naval presence is quite substantial. But on land, they're kind of thin. They have these Japanese troops here, and I suppose these are Japanese Marines or something like that. But they are not particularly robust or large units. So it looks like this is more or less a cakewalk for the Allies, all things being told, because they've got Australian armor and infantry coming ashore. They have some unopposed landings going in. There's a small Japanese contingent here that's trying to get into the fight. They have some reinforcements coming in, but it's not a lot. And they're trying to build a second airfield here. This first one's been hit. The Japanese strategy is to hold the Allies here. Then they expect the Navy to come in at night or later and basically blast these troops into oblivion. And I don't know how that would work as a strategy if they have big battleships. It seems relatively reasonable. Of course, I don't know how accurate they are, but assuming they could fire accurately and with these big battleships, they could put a lot of hurt on the Allied forces. But that's at least hours away, 8 to 12 hours away. They're waiting for nightfall, I believe. And in the meantime, the Americans, if they sort themselves out, may punch through and secure the island. And again, this is part of a campaign that's being played by post, meaning that there's a whole Discord server where orders and reports are going back and forth. But here we have it. So this is one of the battles that's a product of that campaign that's being played out in real time. And it looks like the Americans are going to do it. Yep, say it ain't so, right? The players are given choices. I gotta tell you, I would never attempt something like this without Marines. But the Japanese made contrary to history choice 2 that I think made the American choice viable, even though the Americans didn't know the Japanese were doing that. So anyway, we'll see what happens though. This is still being determined. It's still very early in the day, and Japanese air power is inbound. So that's also going to play a factor. So imagine if thousands of American troops are stuck on Guadalcanal. They take the island, but the Japanese are able to blockade the island effectively, and now the Navy can't get through, or now the Navy has to fight a decisive battle with the Japanese to reinforce and supply the island. And in the campaign, I don't know what the balance of power is in the campaign, but if you want to decide something, this looks like the perfect catalyst for doing it. So there you have it. That's the update. Alright. Let's bounce around here and see. Let's pop in on the Japanese.
You ready?
All right, sounds good.
Cheers.
Gentlemen, how is it going? Are you holding the Americans back?
They haven't attacked yet, I think.
Well, my squadron of Zero has mangled a couple of squadrons of U.S. carrier aircraft over the airfield.
Mm-hmm. As they should.
So the airfield got bombed, but only by one squadron of Dauntlesses. I've chewed up another squadron of Dauntlesses and a squadron of Wildcats. So
that's very good.
That's good news for the future.
Yeah,
I mean, in theory,
you can repair the airfield faster than they can replace those aircraft, I'm sure.
We also have a second airfield.
There you have it.
Yeah. I mean, in theory, if I've chewed up a squadron of Wildcats and a squadron of Dauntlesses, and the other one made it, depending on how they're defining squadron, that could basically have reduced the Americans' combat strength by 2/3 of a carrier.
That'd be very good.
Because if they've got 3 carriers, they might have launched, a squadron of. They might have launched the Dauntlesses from 2 and the fighters from 1. In which case, one carrier's not getting its Dauntlesses back, and one carrier's not getting its Wildcats back. But if we go on the conservative side and assume that by squadron they mean like 12 to 16 aircraft, that's still like 25-30% of a carrier's strike capability knocked out.
Yeah.
You could probably ask how many planes are in a squadron.
Yeah, well, it's going to be,
like a dozen or 20 or something, isn't it?
Not like whatever the Japanese pilots are reporting after having been involved in combat. So
that's very true.
I'm holding my breath on them being.
I mean, our carriers have 5 squadrons on them, right? So.
Yeah, but the Japanese organize things differently. Like the British, they run their carriers with, as we would understand it, squadrons, whereas the Americans just go 1/3. 1/3 is fighters, 1/3 is bombers, 1/3 is torpedo craft. And each one is a carrier squadron. So a carrier squadron, like the fighter squadron on an American carrier, can be 2 to 3 dozen fighters.
Makes sense.
I hear we lost our main airfield.
Yes. Lucky us, we have a second one.
Yeah.
You traded.
Well, I started. Oh.
This also means we could pull back in theory.
Well, I just started scouting with I Company.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we don't have to pull back now, what I'm saying. Let's wait for the planes at least. Let's wait until...
Wow. So the Japanese are contemplating a pullback. The Allies are, of course, coming in with the infantry they would need to exploit a breakthrough. And we'll have to see what value this river yields the defenders. Japanese reinforcements are coming up. So this battle will be decided in the next couple hours, hour or two of game time. In the next hour probably or so. Lance asks, yes, it is more effective for the Imperial Japanese Navy to simply sink all the Allied transports, leaving them marooned on the island without any supplies. And to be clear, that's not an ask. He's not asking a question. He's explaining what I think is what I agree with. He's giving an assessment, which is, yeah, I really think that would be the way to play this, especially if you have invested your energy into the Navy rather than holding Guadalcanal on land. You can turn which should theoretically be an asset into a liability by taking control of the sea around it and then dominating the airspace over the airfields. There ain't no way. Even if the airfield is open, they're probably not going to be able to supply that many troops from the air for an extended period. Lance asks, are the Allies holding the Marines in reserve for a possible second landing somewhere else? Maybe. I don't know. And unfortunately, if I did know, I probably couldn't disclose that because I don't want to give away any of the operational plans, but I honestly don't know. I don't know where else. I don't know what the campaign covers in terms of scope, but I would imagine it's just this region or the Solomons. So, to me, it's a baffling decision. I would not attempt any amphibious landing without Marines, at least at the spearhead of that landing. But then again, people do what people are going to do. They had their logic. And right now, it seems to be working, paying off if they can sort themselves out and punch through. But those Japanese reinforcements are coming. Lancer says U.S. Navy dive bomber squadrons notionally had 18 Dauntlesses, and fighter squadrons had 27 Wildcats. So I said a dozen to about 20. So that's roughly correct on the Dauntlesses, but I missed on the Wildcats. Wildcats are smaller planes too, aren't they? Now, yeah, Wildcat would be smaller. The Hellcat, I think, would be bigger. I mean, it has the same engine as a P-47. And the Corsair, I think. They all had the same engine. Alright, so they've rolled this combat here. Lancer says, largest self-supporting prisoner of war camp in the Pacific. Yep, that's what it would become. Yeah. And that's something that people have to think about when planning strategic operations. If you can get the enemy to send a disproportionately larger force and stick it in limbo somewhere, either through threat of engagement or you cut them off somehow, whatever you do, it's all about economy of force, right? So if you are tying up the enemy, 2-1 or something like that, then that's how you win wars. That's the only way to win. So you've got to look for those opportunities to either cut the enemy off or at least get him to maintain reserves or standing forces somewhere else. Whatever it may be, you hold him at bay. All of those things are great to do. Oh, we've got a spammer in the comments. Let's clean up the comments. Let's remove. Let's report the message. Yeah. All right. Report. I just report it for everything. There we go. Excuse me. Yeah, these things are bots. They're not even people. Anyway, YouTube. What do you do? All right. Yeah, to me, that's the fun part of any campaign is messing with the enemy, getting in his head and getting him to think one way when in reality it's another. It's my favorite thing. Let's see what happens here.
Or some. Well, actually, the 1100 update will require some work.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Mind if I pop in for a quick look?
Yeah.
I've had enough of writing about Alfred von Schlieffen for the moment.
And how he was a unappreciated genius, and only the stupidity of the general staff stopped his genius from being realized.
Something like that.
Yeah, hop on in. If you stick around for 3 turns, you'll get to watch the first air combat.
Ooh, okay.
Well, the first air combat's happened, but Drac has launched basically the equivalent of Raval sending a full deck load strike.
Oh, no.
And so far, our carrier commander has not put up a combat air. I'm assuming that the carriers themselves have a cap. I'm not going to be that cruel, but nobody's put any aircraft up over the.
Right. That would be a problem. No air cover for the invasion? That's crazy. I'm surprised that they haven't even thought of putting Cass over there, or have they?
They haven't. Yeah, no. They just sent in a they just sent in a 2 dive bomber Cass flight with a fighter escort, and it got jumped by zeros off her bow that had come down and could only stick around 1 hour. They happened to be there that 1 hour.
Yikes.
So they jumped the wild. Oh, excuse me. So they jumped the Wildcats, hurt them. Hertz drove off some of the Dauntlesses, and AA got a couple of Dauntlesses as well. But the strike still went in. They were still able to get some of the strike in, and it finished melting. The 45th Construction Battalion has ceased to exist. Between battleships, cruisers, and dive bombers, it has had sudden existence failure.
So I take it Henderson Field, or what will become it, is kaput for the moment.
It's on fire.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Even though the map hasn't loaded, I can see the flames.
Yeah. Well, there's flames offshore that are just where we've moved flames, because there were flames everywhere at 0300 this morning as the battleships just raked the coastline with gunfire.
Yeah, so preparatory bombardment was only half hour, an hour?
Yeah, they only did about an hour worth of prep.
That makes sense. More going for more of a shock and awe approach.
Mm-hmm.
They have
downside
surprise.
Downside was some of their prep fire was on point and probably could have wrecked a lot of the 21st Kev tie. Upside was a lot of their prep fires were telling, because Thunder Beach was completely undefended, and if they had just started landing on Thunder Beach, they could have landed like 3 waves of troops before anybody even knew they were on the beach.
Oh.
Did they do any reconnaissance beforehand?
They got some Catalina flights over Guadalcanal. The thing that hurt the Americans scouting Guadalcanal is the same thing that helped them with evading the Japanese having like a carrier battle before Guadalcanal, and that is the tropical storm moving through the area. But yeah, Carter, you can see this is what's coming in at 1000.
These guys down here?
Yeah. Well, these are representing Betty's, not Kate's, but yes. 5 squadrons of Betty's, and with 3 squadrons of Zero as escort.
Interesting.
So there's enough Zeros there that basically they'd have to put up a heck of a cap to try to deal with those bombers.
Yeah, that's a full court press from the Imperial Army there.
Yeah.
Or is that Navy? That's no, that's Navy, right? Yeah.
Well, yeah,
that was
it's all yeah.
Cape
Well,
Town.
for this game, it's all Navy because
Right.
But yeah, those are land-based Navy aircraft rather than carrier. The carriers still
Yeah.
haven't put up anything yet.
Are there carriers in
Japanese
in the immediate
carriers
area?
Japanese carriers at this point are about 200 nautical miles off of Guadalcanal.
Oh.
And you have 3 carriers. They just don't know where the American carriers are.
Oh my
Sorry,
gosh.
just a question. Sam Miller is asking if he can cross the river even without a bridge.
Which river?
The big one in the center.
The Lunga River? He can, it's just going to take time. Bigger.
Yeah, so the Allies, they don't have a cap. No air cover for the landing force. Lancer says his 25 years as an amphibious operations planner leaves him aghast and dismayed. I'll say this. A person who carries a cat by the tail learns a lesson they will learn in no other way. And that's what they've done here. And again, the naval and air approach is what the Japanese are counting on. They seem to have established a competent defensive line. They are stacking up units, you can see, to defend it. And I don't know that the Americans are going to bonsai charge across it. They do have some armor that can help punch through, but even then, look, they've got anti-tank right there pointing on the bridge, so it's going to be a bloodbath for the Allies if they can push across at all. And yeah, it's going to be tough stuff. There's not even enough room to put all the blocks there. They need to change the block sizes. Need to shrink them down or something. Lancer says Rabaul to Guadalcanal is about 550 nautical miles, so about a 3-hour flight time for the Betty bombers. Yeah. Yeah, they're coming in at like 11 o'clock or whatever. So, let's see what happens.
Should that be a death roll perhaps for Dookie, because he said he wants to be in the front line to see what's going on?
Yep. We'll roll a death roll for Dookie when we roll this. So I've already got the D12s ready. Alright, and we will do a death roll for Dookie, so grab my D20. Or you know what, he's being shot at by battleships, grab my D10, just so it's a different dice. On a 1, he dies. On a 2, he's wounded. He's dead.
Oh.
Dookie is dead.
Wow.
Bonsai.
Right, oh, that's something great.
How's it going, gentlemen?
Hello. It's going alright, I think. Oh, hello, Sam. I think, Sam, your artillery is in range to start blasting?
Probably, I guess.
Because, I mean, there's no reason to move it further, right?
Yeah. I'm setting a second line up. A second line.
Where?
At near like the other river, that smaller one.
But we have a bunker line that we're falling back to.
But you didn't send me the location.
Yes. It's at the. Do you see where the 50 is? Hill 50?
50.
Oh,
Yeah, I see the 50. Yeah.
Okay, yes. So at that border, where in the forest, facing northwards, in that whole forest, there's a bunker line.
And how long is it?
From the left of the forest to the right of the forest. Really.
Through the entire forest.
Oh.
It's kind of a backup, so if the northern half of the line breaks, they can fall back into this bunker. I'm sending 2 companies in there.
Well, I'm setting a new lineup so that you can retreat since.
May
If
I ask
you
where actually my company F is?
Company F is, I think, in the far north somewhere. Wait, Company
Oh.
F?
Yeah, my company F.
No, Company F is actually in the far south here. Yeah. It's
Yeah,
exact bottom left of point 50.
150. Oh, there. Pretty much some more west than
I think also, Sam, it makes sense for your anti-tank to go where the tanks are. I don't think abandoning this line, like the next line will just be worse. The next river is
I
smaller
mean,
and shittier. And
I mean, like if you retreat, they will follow you, so they need to fight like a new line before they can like try to follow you, and then you can go to the bunker line on a post.
where are you building a line?
Like I said, to the next river, to the
Yeah,
east.
but the bunker line is before that next river.
I think about moving
No,
to...
not the big one. I mean the smaller one. Like, do you see like near the ammunition depot?
Yes.
I mean that river.
I know which one you mean. The bunker line is to the left of that.
That would be like a wall for the allies if they cross the first river. To the south, bunkers, and to the east, another river.
Yeah. I think you can send your... I see your first detachment is heading south, right, Sam?
Alright, wait. So, how long is the bunker line? Is it just the forest?
I sent you the picture, Dookie.
But it doesn't touch the river, right?
It should.
It's close enough. It's in that forest. I'm just gonna send you the starting position, and then you can see where it is.
I'm actually currently thinking about moving my
Yellow is
entire...
bunkers, Sam. Yellow is bunkers.
I'm thinking about moving my 3rd battalion all the way to the Hill 61.
Where is Hill 61?
It's at the 55, just west of the river.
That's a good idea. I mean, it removes the threat in their back, but it secures the south, and we don't have to send Sam south.
Well, I also could form up my R battalion between the 11 and the 12.
I think most important is you get your artillery set up and start shooting.
Yeah, I guess I'll put that there.
And then...
So
I think you forcing them to keep companies on rear guard is much more important.
Okay.
Go ahead, Drac. I don't think he's saying anything.
Seemed like it.
He keeps lighting up, but nothing's coming through. So are you bravely holding against these Americans?
Of course.
Outstanding. Leading from the front, I'm sure. No? You're not leading from the front? Your men must see how that you are unafraid of death.
Or more the idea that you know that you won't die.
Well, it doesn't matter if you die. Glory
we will win
awaits.
anyway.
I mean, this is the way that you win, the way that you live, might be through dying. I mean, I mean, I'm being kind of philosophical here, right? But, well, I hope that Japanese courage does not fail here. The Emperor is watching.
Let's hope so.
So, in the campaign, there's a campaign going on. Actually, I don't know if we should talk about it because it's going on. So
This is really the start of the campaign.
This is just the start of it, huh? All right. Well, I don't want to give too much away, so I'll leave that at that. I am curious to see how this turn resolves for you. We're watching on the live stream. You've got a bunch of viewers on the live stream.
Oh, hello everyone.
Yeah, we've got about 8 viewers on the live stream right now.
Exciting.
You've got some people who are subject matter experts, or at least they read a book somewhere, sometime.
Keeping up the pressure.
Yeah, yeah. So no pressure to perform. Yeah.
I got a report. I have to move channels.
Yeah, same. See you in a bit.
All right, Dookie, how are you doing, man?
Great.
What are you commanding here?
I'm just commanding, I think, the middle of the line.
Oh, so right where all the action's going down, huh?
Yeah, I'm leading from the front.
Are you?
Yeah.
Well, see, there you go. There's that courage that we need to see. So what are your plans for the future here? You're gonna... are you just holding position? Are you gonna counterattack? What are you gonna do?
My teammates want to hold position. I argued for a more engaged defense, but they want to go for a passive defense at the river.
Okay. Looks like your umpire's here, so after your umpire leaves, we'll talk about your plans for when you get back home to your family. Go ahead.
Well, actual Marshal, you can stay here because Colonel Dookie, as you are running under artillery fire and hail of gunfire along the front lines of your men, you hear a sudden sharp whistle, and then your whole world goes blank. It seems like you've been shot by an American artillery shell.
So I'm dead.
Yes, you're dead, so you can come observe the game on the umpire table, or you can umpire yourself as well. But basically, don't let the other players know that you're dead. They will know eventually.
Alright.
Oh,
I
well,
died.
well, on your next life, we'll talk about your plans for the future. Good luck,
Alright,
Dookie.
see you.
Oh my goodness. Well, folks, I couldn't resist. That's part of the fun of Kriegsspiel, right? You get to play God, and I tell you, you start to understand the gods a little better. Oh my gosh, from a Greek perspective, it starts making a lot of sense. Oh, there we go. All right, Lancer. Did I hear correctly that the Aussie tanks are predominantly Grant and Lee M3? If so, the Japanese 37mm anti-tank guns are only going to be moderately effective. Yeah, probably. So, you have to keep in mind, now I'm not an expert on this sort of thing, but I would imagine that you don't have to kill a tank. Everybody wants to kill the tank. They want to blow it up and see the big boom and see it brew up. But really, you just have to knock out a track or some critical component, or cause a jam somewhere. The turret jams, or the gun doesn't operate. Bend the barrel on the gun. I don't know if that's ever a thing, but there's other ways to immobilize a tank and render it ineffective, even if your weaponry can't penetrate its armor. In fact, I would never expect to penetrate tank armor from the front. Now, modern weaponry aside, mind you, modern weaponry probably can do that, but I don't know. But at least in this time period, I would imagine there's other approaches they can take, so that weaponry that is marginally effective is probably going to have a little bit more of an impact if it's cleverly employed than it otherwise would. Let's see. Lancer says here, the frontline Japanese commander, even though he's dead now, has done an excellent job of holding the line against very strong Allied opposition. Absolutely. absolutely. And I've got to tell you, I know that Sam Miller's drawing this line back here in the rear, but this forward line is really the place to do it. You know, you've got a bridge there. That tells you something on the map. That in general, it's probably not a crossable river. It's going to be hard to get across that river. Like you could wade or swim across. I don't know how deep it is. I would think that on an island like this, it's not crazy deep and fast, but it's still going to be a significant obstacle. And when you're crossing that obstacle, you're going to have a hard time. So, you know, I don't know how the river is fed. Obviously through rain. I don't know how much rain, you know, is present. I don't know what the weather or climate for the day of the scenario is. I don't know if there are any freshwater springs that are coming up, possibly, to feed this river. But in any case, if they've built a bridge across it, it's not something you can just step across. And therefore, it's a significant obstacle and a defensible spot for the Japanese. Let's see. Achilles says the best anti-tank the Japanese have in this battle is the terrain itself. And that's absolutely correct. Yeah, this isn't tank-friendly terrain. So... and that really is that's got to be the Japanese secret weapon is the terrain. And in fact, we know historically it absolutely was. They made use of the terrain to defend, as they should. And that's why so many of these battles were so costly to the Allies. All right. Let's check it out here.
Blasted Island. So the Japanese now, they've lost the port. They've decisively lost that. They have a fully intact port that the Allies can bring stuff in on, and the Allies are
Port might be a bit generous to call Honaira.
pier.
Like,
It's a pier.
there's a pier. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
A
even
dock.
today, port might be generous.
Well, you've been there, and I have.
No. I haven't been to Guadalcanal. I've been to Saipan and Guam.
Gotcha. But yeah, so there's enough there that they can bring a ship to directly offload it, because the Liberty ships had their own cranes. So they can bring a ship. I mean, most of these ships had their own cranes back then. They can bring a ship to directly offload, rather than having to go across the beach. That is what they get. So the Allies can bring supply ashore, as long as they still have the water. They can bring supply ashore, and the Japanese are going to have to run supplies in somewhere on this, like down here.
Towards here, if that is.
Well,
just
my
a flanking
archery
guard.
is opening fire at the moment.
Yeah, but that could just be them having a flanking guard against their main crossing. That would make a lot of sense. I have started pulling troops out of the line into the bunker line. I hope your artillery is firing, Sam.
Yeah.
Be firing.
Is it firing?
Like they had to set up this time.
Okay, but yeah, I hope they fire.
I
next
kind
time.
of think I will be dead soon.
Why?
Well, I'm not sure because
if you
to
get
my direct
attacked,
north-
you fall back. If you get attacked, you fall
Okay.
back. That's a constant
Yeah,
order for you. You're just staying in contact, harassing their flank, putting pressure on them. You don't
Yeah.
have to have your artillery like with you all the time. You can leave it in the back and it shoots. You can shoot quite far.
Yeah. I believe it now reaches the coast.
Yeah, it doesn't have to reach all the way through.
I took a look at Dookie's channel just to see if there are any last commentaries or orders. And Otto placed a final update. So here is what a commander would normally see for their turn update. So we give them kind of a cutout screenshot so they just see what they would see from their position. So the commander is here at the headquarters, and this is what he sees. And here's the final update sent to him by Otto. There you have it. Oh, we umpires, we gotta have fun somehow, right? That's the payoff. So there it is. There it is. All right.
Hey, Marshall.
Hello, gentlemen. How's it going?
Swimmingly. We have possession of our primary objective of the day, Honiara, and its port. We are holding the crossings against determined Japanese resistance, and we are smashing the Japanese with artillery, direct fire support from our battleships. So things are going amazingly.
We're holding something? We're
Yep,
holding?
we are holding from the Lunga River crossings all the way through to Beach Thunder, which is extends all the way to the Poha River west of Honiara. But we also have possession of Honiara itself.
Now, what would General Patton say if he heard you were holding something?
He would probably encourage me to drive down a road until something shot at me.
Yes, he would. Hey, we're not holding anything. That's the enemy's job. But there you have it. Well, that's good news, General, to hear that you've achieved your primary objectives. I wonder where the Japanese are going to do now. I mean, where do they go from here? They've lost their port, which is really a pier, but a port.
I suspect that their intention is to try to force a crossing over the Lunga, but we are using preparatory fires rather, and we have armor in the area to deny them those crossings. So I believe from here we just sit back on the ropes, so to speak, and let them try to come at us.
Nice. So at this point then, our offensive has stopped. There's no more need of casualties. We just kind of hang back and let the Japanese wait it out.
So for today, we've definitely achieved our objectives. I would not be shocked if in the future we decided to make a crossing of our own, but that is for more than likely another day. We have Colonel McClure here to try to update me on the status of his beach. So what's going on, Colonel?
The enemy fuel depot is gone.
Wonderful. Do we know if there were how effective that was against the Japanese?
I'm sure that was for my 10 o'clock update. So I haven't gotten a new one yet, but that was I thought that was really important.
Awesome. What Colonel McClure just described, Marshall, is there was a enemy fuel depot in the town of Lunga being used to fuel up their planes. We have just destroyed that depot and denied not only those resources of the enemy, but the resultant explosion, I suspect, caused casualties to the enemy.
Excellent, excellent. Well, if they won't leave, you'll have to burn them out, and that's one way to do it.
Yes, sir.
All right. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
Cheers.
That's the problem. So artillery firing on units that are not they're not firing in support of infantry combat. They're firing as a fire mission. They hit on a 6.
That's the opposite of a 6.
Yeah. So they hit Jack.
Yeah.
Upside down 6. Hey, Otto. I've got to say, the level of detail in your final report to Dookie was notable.
It wasn't really that much. Well, to be honest, his life ended briefly. Yeah, I get it.
It was the perfect report. It had all the information he needed.
Yeah.
I'm curious.
It's a black screen.
Oh.
It's a screenshot of absolutely nothing.
You should.
Yeah, Otto, that was
Okay.
the live version of what I did to somebody in I did to James in the Gettysburg test game for Carter's rules.
Oh man, that's pretty epic. You need one with Hellfire and like the little devil with the pitchfork, or one of the Stairway to Heaven that says, "Come join us."
No, I think it's more interesting this way. It's like he's in purgatory now.
There you
What
go.
happened?
All right.
What's happening along the river, by the way?
The American infantry is digging in.
Oh, really? Okay.
They're not going. Wow. Okay.
The tanks are still just shooting like artillery.
All right. So I need.
I mean, he says he hasn't been given orders to cross the river, so he's not going to do it.
Isn't he kind of the one who would make that? Well, I guess not necessarily.
Yeah, I don't know.
Can we start the next turn?
No, because I'm getting everything together because I have to do one massive air attack.
How can I help with the tank fire rolls? I wasn't quite certain how you were managing.
Tank fire rolls. Roll a d6. Apply that whatever number the d6 has. Apply that number to the unit they're shooting at. So like this unit.
As
this
damage. Okay.
All right. Let's take a look at the YouTube. Lancer says the frontline Japanese commander, even though he's dead now, did an excellent job of holding the line against strong Allied opposition. Yeah, I think I even read that already, but yes, worth repeating. Lancer says a port, flat bit of beach, perhaps with a rickety wooden pier, definitely not capable of offloading medium, let alone heavy equipment. He adds that almost to the end of the campaign, all logistics and equipment had to be offloaded over the beach by landing craft. Both period photos and present-day overhead imagery suggest that the Lunga River varies between 40 and 80 feet wide and perhaps 10 to 12 feet deep mid-channel. U.S. engineers built a pontoon over it. Okay, so that's even more substantial than I assumed it would. Like, there's no way you're crossing that. It's just not happening. I thought, well, maybe they would, be chest deep or waist deep after way to cross it. This is even more deep. 80 to 40 feet wide. Wow. Yeah, that is substantial. So, Achilles thinks that Otto should have sent a screenshot of St. Peter. Well, Otto said it's purgatory, but as all the good Catholic boys and girls know, if you go to purgatory, eventually you get to heaven. But that's theology for another time. And then Achilles adds, but it ain't Rock Creek. Inside joke in the IKS, because we had a battle that took place at Gettysburg, and Rock Creek, this little tiny, not even a trickle really, was ruled impassable for whatever reason, and we've made jokes about that ever since, how you just can't ford, you can't cross Rock Creek. Lancer says, what makes Cucambona so useful is that there's a large cap in the offshore coral reef at that point. And I believe right here, maybe here, I don't know. But, all right. So the Allies are looking this way at some. Oh, let's listen in on the air attack.
Yeah, 1400.
Oh yeah. I think I did land the 15th motorized too early because it's supposed to be the 2-way freeze.
That was my fault.
The total of
Well, that is also how it's listed in your.
Yeah.
It's a total of 45, so they don't cause a true break off. They will cause an accuracy drop. These guys will be firing in like, oh god, protect us, because they're the 3 targets.
Well, these guys even slower.
3 and 3. Check my rule set. Alright, they get more disruption, so they're going to be somewhat significantly disrupted. 5 and 5, significantly disrupted. 3 and 5, not disrupted. 3 and 5, not disrupted. It's gonna suck to be a member of the USS. Which ship is getting it clocked clean? USS Maryland is not going to enjoy this experience. Idaho and Colorado might make it out okay. Oh, shoot. There's a 5th.
Can we update the rest of the
The 5.
table?
So Idaho and Maryland are going to take an attack with only moderate disruption. All right, let me get this.
Can we move on to the next turn?
Hits on 5 or greater. Give me just a second. I promise I'll be.
Got
there
ants
will
in your
be.
pants, Otto?
There will be. Yeah. Well, this is the boring part for him. There will be no naval gunfire support this turn because the Navy is way too busy protecting itself. So that's on Idaho, that's on Colorado, and that's on Maryland. You need a 5 or greater to register any hits, period. And then you got to then I'll factor disruption in real quick, and we'll be done.
Yay.
All right, so a 7, a 9, a 9, an 8, and a 1. So that's not a hit. So 3. So that's 2 hits. 9. That's 1 hit. 9 with moderate disruption. Well, significant disruption. Still gonna be 1 hit and 1 hit. Literally every single battleship takes 1 except Idaho that takes 2. So the battleships will not be a factor the rest of the live. I'll figure out how bad off they are. But y'all can go ahead and send your stuff.
Can you update the naval players?
I'll
Okay.
update all the naval players.
Okay.
Sending report.
What is? Oh, never mind. Oh wait, is everything done? Can we move on to the next thing?
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
No crits. Okay. All right. Yeah, Otto. That's why I didn't even bother to put in the naval rules, because I knew it was just going to be a mess, and I didn't want to drive y'all insane.
Yeah, it's.
I figured I would drive myself insane, because there's
Yeah,
just no way to avoid it.
It's a short drive.
Yeah, very short drive. All right, I'll go tell the good news. They made a beeline for your battleships. Your cruisers, battleships, destroyers, everybody just put up all the flak on that they could muster. The battleship captains are screaming, "Where the hell is our combat air patrol?" But aside from that, they were able to shoot a number of bombers down, and they were able to dodge a bunch of torpedoes, but they managed to take on the torpedo blisters, so they did not take as bad a damage as they could have. None of them. They've all lost some speed. They're all a bit down, a bit listing a bit, but they're not immediately out of the fight. But the crews are busy doing damage control, so they're not contributing to any bombardment for some time, and they really do need to probably get to port and make some repairs.
Okay, I'm pulling the battleships out just immediately.
Yeah.
By pulling them out, how are you pulling them out, and where are you pulling them out to? You don't have to answer right this minute.
Yeah, we'll start figuring that out.
Yeah, your flagship has taken a significant emotional event.
Yeah.
All right. So that is your news. You're welcome. Or not.
What was the good news?
No, it was not good news. But that is your news.
Well,
You said
it
there
is
was
good news. It's just
I
not
said there
good
was
for
good.
you.
I said there was good news.
The good news is
The good
they're
news
still
is
fighting.
you didn't lose a ship.
Okay, I classify that as okay news. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you were right. You're right, Bikefish. We should have skedaddled.
Yep. Time to skedaddle. At least the battle wagons need to get out of there. We can. What I'm thinking is, in probably 16 or 62, 2 needs to withdraw. Leave me.
A lot of flak. There were no fighters up at all, but there were numerous battleships, cruisers, and destroyers throwing up They think they might have been throwing kitchen sinks off the bridge wings.
Fair enough. Well, 10 out of 10 for effort. I mean, it's early days for American flak, but I suppose if they're chucking everything at us.
Good news is you did manage to score. You believe you scored 2 hits on 1 battleship, and you definitely scored hits on all 3 battleships.
Hey, they won't be liking that.
So there is good news. It's good news. Just not necessarily you sunk anything.
No. Well, you never know. Given Pennsylvania in 1945 almost went down to a single hit. And it was found her after a while. What's the how has that, has it had any effect on their shore bombardment?
Well, obviously, once your planes were spotted, they definitely pulled away, made full speed, well, best speed. Some information that you have been able to get now that you've got a really close look at those ships is recognition guide level stuff. You believe that there are 2 Colorado class and 1 of the U.S. 12-gun classes.
Pretty much what it says. That's probably a New Mexico and it's definitely not West Virginia.
No, I think West Virginia's out of it for the moment.
Yeah. So that's probably going to... Well, then that leaves it... If it's 2 Colorados, then that's got to be Maryland and Colorado herself, which means they've pulled her out of refit, which is interesting. Okay, so we've got 2 Colorados and probably a New Mexico. And we've hit everyone. Maybe hit one of them twice.
The 12 gunner you believe they scored 2 hits on.
Okay, well that's actually quite good, because that's the one that, if any of them is going to sink, that's the one that's most likely to, because it's the oldest.
Yeah, 2 hits amidships.
Yeah, and no sign of any hostile air support.
No, there was not a your pilots are absolutely certain there was not a single plane over that fleet. They also identified 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cruisers, and then a bunch of destroyers. They didn't really take time to count the destroyers, but they did identify there were 7 cruisers with the fleet as well.
That's useful to know. Well, yeah.
And they believe that some of those were flying a white ensign.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. Yeah, because we know Canberra's probably around somewhere, and
Is that
Canberra,
Australian or?
Yeah, Canberra and Australia, but they'll be flying white ensigns at this point. Okay, that's good. That's good to know. No carrier. Okay. Roughly, out of all of our Betty units, roughly how many did we get back in the end, or do we not?
Overall, once they get back and recover, you estimate that you'll have, of those 5 sorties, you'll have 3 of them ready to fly by tomorrow.
Okay, that's not too bad then. Yeah, it's nasty, but in exchange for torpedoing all 3 battleships successfully, it's kind of maybe on the 40th percentile of outcomes I could expect. So I'm not heartbroken.
Yeah, and one of your 0 sorties took pretty significant damage as well. They ended up baiting some of the cruisers.
Yeah.
To try to pull some fire off of the Bettys. So
Well,
for the cost of 3 sorties, you torpedoed 3 ships.
Were there not 4 battleships?
I don't know if there were 4.
There were 4 at one point, but presumably the pilots went through.
Maybe the one already sank. You can hope.
Okay, cool. Now
and it is 1100 hours now, obviously.
Yeah. We'll wait to see what the American response is. We know they've got carriers around. I'm intrigued to know where they've decided to put all those aircraft now.
Well, there's probably a lot of Americans in the south because my scouts having problems to find them, like without being seen themselves.
I
Yeah,
have
but
the
that's
distinct.
on the land. That's not carriers.
Yeah.
I have the distinct impression that one of those battleship captains is probably typing something that starts with "Turkey trots to water."
Yes. Yes. Yeah, there's going to be some very unhappy battleship captains. I mean, on the plus side, on the plus side, I doubt they're going to be they're going to be resuming their shore bombardment anytime soon while they're trying to stem all the leaks.
Some good news, at least.
Yeah. Well, I mean, considering the absolute pasting some of the better units got later in the Guadalcanal campaign, and when you compare that to what they got in return for that pasting, it's not actually too bad. We've taken, maybe slightly more losses than I'd be expecting at this point in the Guadalcanal campaign, but we've also got a fair bit of success, which is very useful.
And we can always follow that up
Yeah.
if they hang around.
Success was
Well,
always something good.
With the carriers later on in the evening, which is going to make that I'm expecting my carrier pilots will do a lot better because the carrier aircraft are more maneuverable, and the anti-aircraft gunners are going to be firing straight into the sun. So I wish them luck trying to see anything because it's too early for radar-directed gun fire.
So how did the strike go? Since I wasn't there to.
We torpedoed all 3 battleships. We took about 3. We lost 2 out of the 3 squadrons of Bettys, but we got hits on 3 battleships and possibly 2 hits on one of them. So I'm going to call that a relative success.
Yeah, I agree.
And you are currently, Drac, you are currently 150 miles from Savile Island as of roughly 1100 hours.
Okay.
150 nautical miles.
Is that 1 hour?
That's 1 hour's flight time.
Could hit them again.
Yeah, you figure it would take an hour to get a strike launched, an hour for it to get there. By the time they launch and form up.
What's the time? What time are we looking at the moment?
1100.
Yeah, you'd be able to launch them by 1200. So it would be like 13.
Yeah. So
1400.
We'd be able to so if we launch 1100, hit them at. So if we launched at 1100, hit them at 12. Back at 13, 14. Would that give us enough time to turn everyone around in time for the evening strike I want to do?
Possibly, if you ordered the strike now, they would get airborne and formed up at 1200 and be on target at around 1300, right about 1300.
Yeah,
and
so
we figure they'd be back. It would take them another hour to recover. That'd be 1500 by the time they got back and recovered. You could launch a strike. You could probably get a strike on over the target. It is August, so you do have relatively long days.
Yeah, but we're on the equator, aren't we?
Yeah, they're kind of doing the math. Your air group commander says it'll be getting dark when they get back, but presuming you keep steaming for Guadalcanal, they should be able to make it happen because you're cutting 25 nautical miles off of their flight distance every hour.
Yeah. Well, we had plans to hold just out of visual maximum. Like closest we'll get to Guadalcanal is kind of a little bit out of visual range of the western side, but we had plans for potentially having to land
at the very evening. So, you know what? Let's go for broke. Let's launch everything. So we've got Shikaku, Zuikaku, and Hio. I think is it Hio or Junyo?
Hio.
Hio, right? Okay, so we're going to launch. We're going to launch everything we can. Hio is going to keep her fighter complement back as combat air patrol. So she's going to maintain a 12-ship air patrol over the fleet with her fighters.
I'm sorry, Zuiho.
Zuiho.
Yeah, Zuiho, not Hio.
Zuiho.
So,
Okay.
Yeah. Hang on. I'll post it to you to your channel so you have what you've got. This particular group.
Is there anything left at Raval?
They're all recovering.
Yeah, you pretty much threw the kitchen sink.
But didn't we send one fighter group?
We sent one fighter group earlier, and we sent 3 fighter groups with the Bettys, just in case they had air cover.
And that first one isn't back yet.
No.
That first one's just landing, and they're gonna have to repair, maintenance. I mean, they ended up in a firefight, so they're.
I think the only thing we're really going to have for the rest of today from Raval is we've got one more float plane scout squadron. Everything else we've used, and it's not going to be turned around in time.
Yeah, you also have the float planes at Talagi, the seaplanes at Talagi. But if you take so far, they have ignored the H6Ks. So if you take an H6K off from Talagi, they'll probably figure it out.
Yes. Right. So Zuiho group is what I need to know.
And the RTB means recon or torpedo bomber, but they're just torpedo bombers because torpedo bombers do recon anyway. So.
Yeah. Okay. So I've got 30 aircraft on Zuiho. I mean, the Zero's got a lot of fuel.
Oh yeah. Well, your Zeros coming off of Raval could only stay over the target for about an hour because by the time that you get over there, pull cap, and then fly back, they're burning up a lot of fuel.
Oh yeah. No, I'm thinking more about like it's going to be about. We're going to have basically a 3-hour vulnerability window on the carriers from when we start launching to when we finish recovery.
Yeah, and just as far as if you look at your sortie, your actual sortie numbers, assume that one of those 6 sorties of fighters is currently on cap and one is currently recovering from cap.
Yeah.
Hey, Tack, real fast. Can you come up to the umpire chat? Just for a second.
Yep, no worries.
Who actually is the 88 light artillery?
88 light artillery?
88 light anti-aircraft.
It's me again.
Yeah, there we go. I didn't have the permissions to delete it.
Oh, dang. I don't know how it. I thought I had gotten into. Dang, wrong channel.
Oh, I did the same.
Oh well. Well,
yep.
He got his intel.
Yeah.
And I mean, they were getting fed bits and pieces of intel, so now he got his intel. They're like, oh god.
Yep.
There.
Oh boy. So, Tack, we have some heavy fighting here that we wanted to wait for you just to make sure we resolved it properly. The tanks are rushing across the bridge in essentially a cavalry charge to run down the enemy position, which is what their orders were. And then, meanwhile, up here, these 2 companies of 27th are attacking with some artillery support.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the Japanese were ordered to retreat, but I think that's kind of impossible. And the Japanese soldiers, like, what the heck?
Okay. All right. So.
The artillery of Sam Miller is ordered to hit the river crossing. I think here.
Oh boy.
And I think is Even slightly, but easy range.
So he wants his artillery to hit the river crossing?
Yes.
Okay.
By a complete chance, right when the tanks are rushing across it.
Yeah. Alright. So let's do this.
And also, he asks if he can evacuate the ammunition depot.
Yeah, he can blow up the. Does he want to blow it up or does he want to try to move it?
Move.
Move it? You can let him move one if he wants to move one, but it's going to take forever to move that ammo, to just move that ammo out by, like,
I guessed.
I guess bicycle? or some trucks. I mean, alright, so let's see. Anti-tank, guns, the artillery of both types. Alright. The tanks will throw their full power this time because they're gonna close, so they'll roll d12s. Alright, the infantry.
Yeah, up here it's with these 27th guys, it's their 2 companies plus one of these batteries back here was able to form up in time to give support.
What are they? Are they hitting this or are they hitting this?
He just said attack, so maybe it should be separate. It was not. I guess, is there even a crossing point?
Oh no, the 27th infantry. So these guys. So 35th isn't going.
35th is not.
Okay,
Yeah.
so 27th. So that's just a 1v1. All right, so that's easy. Clone.
And I guess just pick one of them for the artillery to help.
Yep.
He is blowing up the ammunition depot.
Okay. All right, then just remove the ammo. Move it to the dead pile. If he's blowing it up, it's
so
uncontested, so he'll.
Am I good to roll? Wait, so these 2 d12s plus the d6 is for the Japanese. This is for the tank combat. Am I good to roll this?
For the tank combat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So apply whatever's on the d12 to the Japanese units. And they did not actually apply the 2 and a 1. So yeah. All right. So we'll give these guys a 2, and these guys get a 1 because I mean they're involved in close combat at this point, so they get a 1 anyway.
And then the Japanese, do they take that split up?
Yeah. So I'll give the anti-tank guns a 3. These guys don't have to worry about it because they will lose a level, and they will attempt to withdraw. They're not being like heavily. I'm gonna say there's no way you're overrunning the guns purely with tanks without anybody else to help it. So they're gonna try to. They're gonna lose a third.
Also,
of their guns.
they're crossing a bridge and then
Exactly. They're gonna lose a
gonna
third of
slow
their
them down.
guns, and they're gonna pull back. And these guys are probably gonna pull back a little bit and take some damage. And that's gonna be what we're gonna call it at for that. All right. And for the infantry fight, I'm giving a -3 to the Americans because they're crossing a river under fire.
Yeah.
The Japanese are getting a +1 and a +2. I'm gonna say that these guys are getting the artillery support since they've been sitting there the longest. And that's a +3 because it's a full artillery battery. So basically, they'll roll whatever they roll. These guys roll a -3, +2. Well, yeah. All right, I got it. I'll make it work. Oof. So that would be an 8. That would be. That's going to be a natural 1 because you can't get any lower. So these guys do not advance. They take 6 damage. Company A. takes 1 damage because it's in combat. This one takes 1 damage. Actually, this one breaks. So I need to remove that from this one. Let me flip this over. This one breaks entirely. Falls back. These guys take 1 damage. And they make it across the river.
Nice.
Alright. So that resolves all of that.
Oh, so the Japanese artillery is firing here.
Okay, so that artillery is firing there on that in general. I'm gonna double check. All right, I'll just do a d6 and see if they roll a 6. Actually, well, we'll do it. Yeah, we'll do it the same. Yeah, we'll do that. They roll a 3. They're shelling. You know what? They can. Otto, do these guys see these units?
Yeah, they've been scouting.
Okay, they're able to see them. I'm just making sure that they're able to see what they're shooting at.
Yeah.
All right, they did some damage. So you can let HQ of you let the 35th know that C Company is taking artillery fire and it's taking some hits.
Are we good to send reports?
Yeah, we're good to send reports. I am working on the last turn will probably involve an airstrike, but
The allied players, the Wasp is scrambling fighters to cover their withdrawal, and then also a dive bomber strike team or strike squadron to go back and hit the Japanese land installations.
Okay.
So a
All
couple of
right,
hours ago.
Yeah, I'll figure all that out. But we're good. Land combat's good. We're good to send the next screenshots.
Tech, by the way, what model tanks are these? The Australian tanks?
They're M3 Grants. So the ones with the 75 on the right sponson, 37 millimeter on the turret, and a lot of machine guns.
All right.
All right. Well, the Americans tried to fight their way across and couldn't quite. Well, they got some stuff across, but suffered for it. Now, once they're across, I expect the Japanese will fall back. And then they have 2 defensive lines, but I don't know how well those lines will hold. So let's see what is going on in the Japanese channel. Hello, gentlemen. Any update?
Yeah, no, I haven't had an update.
Well, the artillery of the cut-off battalion opened fire on the Americans, but nothing much happening.
For me, I only blew up the ammunition depot, and I am currently digging in on the second defensive line.
What ammunition depot did you blow up?
The one for the aircrafts.
Your own ammo depot.
Yeah, so that it doesn't fall into enemy hands.
You're the man for the job, Sam. You're the man for that job. All right.
Well, if it was for me, I would have charged the enemy, but...
Banzai charged!
Well, you are on the correct team, Sam. You're on the team.
But in the campaign, I'm playing a naval commander.
Oh boy, I hope you're commanding destroyers. Because
Yes, I do. I actually do.
that is the best suited vessel for your type of tactics. Well, when in battle, I suppose. It depends. Really, destroyers should be operated like cavalry, but there is a time and a place for them to charge.
I mean, personally, I would have loved to have seen a melee fight in an ammunition depot.
Right? It would have been like gladiators and the 4th of July all in one. Gladiators and fireworks together.
Well, I'm not sure, but maybe I had like the idea that I would have stayed in reserve and once they crossed, that I do a banzai charge to throw them across the river.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's already too late now, I think.
Well, we'll see. I mean, it works every time.
I'm also not sure if we would like the 4th of July. As to the Japanese.
Yeah? Well,
Well,
you'll enjoy the fireworks display.
Yeah.
Yeah. Burning ships.
Sinking ships.
I'm kind of curious what tanks the American have.
Yeah, I didn't even see tanks from the south.
Well, Ninja told us that they have tanks, but he doesn't know if they are Shermans or anything like that.
They could be M1 Abrams, but I don't know. I'm not an expert.
I'd rather fight M4s than M3s.
Well, good luck, gentlemen. We're going to check in on some other players. Hang in there.
Thank you.
Well, if he's
Hey,
doing...
Marshall.
All right, everyone pause. Marshall, go.
Well, I was going to ask how you think it's going from your perspective.
The Allies have, well, I have accomplished all operational objectives.
Sorry.
Motherfucker.
Well, of course.
Press.
Sorry, I'm role-playing MacArthur. I like.
I'm going to the
Good
press
asshole.
next turn. I will be
Albereo,
calling
pause.
them to the island.
No.
Pause, Albereo. So the Allies have accomplished all their operational objectives for day one. We are winning over the Japanese at this current time. And Marshall, I have some direct consultation I need to undertake with my officers. So if you wouldn't mind, the press is not currently allowed here.
Well, unfortunately, we just, the people back at home, who are the ones who sign your paycheck, mind you, they pay your paycheck. They want to hear your opinion of how it's going, and they're very concerned
Amazingly,
about the Navy.
We have accomplished all operational objectives here.
How's the Navy faring, though?
The Navy seems to be faring pretty well. Due to some concerns with the Japanese aerial counterattacks, we have allowed them to pull away from the beachheads and direct support. But they are taking the fight to the enemy, as I understand it, and they will continue to operate within the Pacific at full operational capacity. We have lost 0 ships, to my understanding.
So who's the enemy here? Is it the Japanese or is it the ocean itself?
It appears
I believe
that
the
the
ocean
Japanese
has gone
are. I believe that the Japanese are utilizing long-range, or alternately carrier-based bombers. torpedo
I've got
bombers.
conclusive proof that they were from Rabaul. They are currently scouting for carriers, and they also notified me that the cruisers are on call, so new fire missions are requested.
Wonderful, better than expected.
Wonderful, guys, wonderful. All right, well, hang in there. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
So is that what you had
any fire missions you want?
Pull that right this second.
The Japanese
Okay.
troops are ordered to retreat again, by the way. Not to just
Yeah,
keep retreating.
Yeah.
So, are they gonna get out now, or the enemy just getting close?
I'd say the A company here isn't really threatening them because they're kind of confused, and perhaps partially pulling back.
Oh God.
Forgot to roll for the artillery.
What do we do? So
And the tanks are doing their long distance fire again now, I guess. These two are focusing on the anti-tanks battery, and the headquarters is shooting at the, well, if they can. He said to try to have them fire at the infantry.
Otto, what are these guys doing?
Just
Guys down.
this artillery is firing, and the rest of them are just staying put.
Okay, well, because McClure has advanced against them, so now there's going to be some fire.
Yeah, just full on combat.
Let's see. 2 and a 2. So we need some D10s. These are all 3s.
So I'm curious, how's that Japanese air attack coming along?
So we'll get through this next turn, which will be the 1300 update, and then and I'm already starting to organize the dice of hell.
Oh boy.
So the Japanese have launched effectively a 3-deck load strike against the invasion fleet. The invasion fleet has split with the battleships and one cruiser, and their destroyers all heading out. So they're going to be about here-ish. The Japanese torpedo bombers are going after the battleships with 2 fighter escorts, and the battleships now have a 2-squadron combat air patrol for their departure. So all of this is actually going to be somewhere over here. So that only removes a substantial number of. So now you have a 1, 2, 3, 4. You have 6 cruisers and like 10 destroyers and no aircraft whatsoever, trying to protect the invasion fleet, which is almost but not quite at anchor, trying to deploy the invasion troops against 4 squadrons of Val dive bombers escorted by Zeros that are going to do nothing because there's nothing for them to do.
Jesus.
Yeah. I mean, maybe strafing, but
Hack, how was it you were doing the tank long distance fire? What was that ruling you had for that?
Tank long distance fire.
Or
if they're just firing,
if they're shooting at this anti-tank unit.
Okay, so they roll a d6, and the anti-tank unit takes whatever the number is on the d6 as damage. The anti-tank unit rolls a d6 against one of those tank companies, and on a 5 or 6, that tank company takes a full hit.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Can you look at the combat that we just rolled right here?
Yeah.
So these 2 companies rolled a
Okay.
5 and an 8. Are those combined?
Against this company?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Yep, and that's better than triple anyway. The 8 alone would be better than triple.
That's
so
true. Yeah.
This company is going to rout and take a hit. So it'll pull back out of area and take a hit.
All right. This
they're
company
falling back into the Gifu, or whatever they call that.
This company isn't attacking, but I'm gonna make they're still kind of engaged skirmishing, so I'll have them just take 1 hit if that's reasonable.
They take a hit, and I guess they're over here with the light AA, really. So the light AA is gonna take a hit. Actually, roll a d12. Roll a d12 and a d6, because that light AA is so close. They're going to be involved in combat. 7 and 4. Okay, so these guys are going to rout because they can't take 7 damage.
And these guys will still just take the 1.
They'll take 1 because they were involved in.
Okay.
And that pulls them. They'll come down
And
the road.
if artillery is just bombarding without supporting anything in particular,
Roll a
what do they
d6. Roll a d6. Apply the damage.
Okay, cool. Gonna have them 1 shoot at company A, I guess, because it's there, and 1 at company B because.
And these anti-tank guys are about to have a bad day, provided we don't get some luck on the part of, I guess, that heavy AA is it. Yeah. All right. 4. So roll it 4. So these guys successfully attack. These guys. Take a hit. that was the Dauntless dive bombers coming in from WASP. The anti-tank guns have now been driven back.
All right.
Under fire. So the Allies want to withdraw back across that river that they have actually taken.
These guys were not in combat, so I'll just let them retreat.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Company A here is just, I guess, beasting it.
Oh, we can just.
Yeah, this. Oh, I see that.
It should like fall back. So should I just have it fall back, or does it stay to like
Yeah,
the line?
yeah. No, have him fall back. I'm gonna give him. He's gonna take a point because he's sitting there. I mean, he is coming back through a gauntlet, so he's gonna take a point of damage just for being left out there in the lurch before he finally got pulled out. You've got tanks to your left and infantry to your right. You're not having a good day. All right, so that solves the 1300 update, and I guess I will get started on the air war from hell that is going to occur. Do we have a landing?
Can we move these dice?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Do we have a landing that is supposed to come in at 1400?
Oh yeah, we do. That
All right.
is. Yeah, I'll get that queued up.
Get it queued up, and then I have something for it.
Wait, are we going to 1400 right now?
Well, they're doing the 1300 update.
This is the 1300 update.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah, just queue up the one that's supposed to land at 1400 because I have to. I need it. I need it on the map so that I can bomb it.
That's the entire infantry division HQ. Here it is.
Yeah, don't put them ashore. Just
Okay.
Just stand by to stand by. Because yeet. Now, dive bombers on landing craft is not exactly the most accurate thing on planet Earth, so they may or may not kill multiple commanders. Some of which you aren't even present. Alright.
Ah, yes, your report. You're dead. Oh.
Clone. Alright. So we have 6 cruisers. And we have 10 destroyers? Yeah, 10 destroyers. Actually, I'm gonna give. Those guys do not get D8. Well, they're fully alerted and they have clear skies. All right. Versus.
All right, a couple comments from YouTube. Lancer says the historical landings occurred around 0900 hours, and the first Japanese air attack from Rabaul attacked the invasion force at about 1300 hours, so about 4 hours apart. In game, it took about 5 hours, which is reasonable, realistic, he says, and I agree. Letzer then says, again, historically, the landing occurred on 7th of August, and the airfield was declared secured the next day by the 8th of August, so arguably the Allies are perhaps a bit ahead of schedule. And I think that probably has a lot to do with the Japanese being a little bit more weak than they probably were historically because of pre-game decisions in which they're invested more heavily on the naval side of affairs rather than the infantry side, which makes some sense. Whereas the Americans have gone pretty heavy with Army and Australian forces on the island, which leaves the Japanese with a strategy of potentially cutting off the island. That's the only hope they have. They do have this sort of this big air assault coming, which will have some impact, I'm sure, pardon the pun, on the forces on the island. But the real impact is going to be against anything they send versus these ships. So that if they attack these ships and create problems there, then, that's pretty serious. So let's listen in to the umpires as they resolve.
Well, you have a fun time with that deck.
No kidding.
I'm sure that Drac will be most amused when the reports come back.
These battleships have taken damage, so they're only going to roll a d6 instead of a d8. And I have cruiser. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 destroyers. And I need to roll the air combat first. All right, the Japanese fighters do an absolutely garbage job. And the Wildcats are able to make their attack runs. 8.
Okay, Sam Miller is basically doing a banzai charge.
Yay! Sam Miller's back!
He's doing Sam Miller things.
Yes, he is. All right. So that eliminates all of that.
Okay, so he's crossing this river and deploying on the other side.
They've been digging in for hours, and now they're abandoning that position.
Yeah.
The Japanese troops here are trying to abandon the artillery and retreat west. Abandon the artillery gun, not the men themselves, of course.
No. Yeah, for now he's crossing this river, but I think the friendly infantry will delay him.
I don't know what's going on.
Oh, just Sam doing a banzai charge.
Oh, nice. Well, there's not. The enemy is miles away from. Like, I don't know what his plans are charging.
Right, moderate disruptions. That's on. It's only on 7. Right, we have to clean this, but that's not a problem. They managed to hit absolutely nothing. Holy cow.
Really? The dive bombers didn't hit anything?
Yeah, the dive bombers managed to not hit anything.
Wow.
I mean, well, they didn't lose any planes either. They just managed to. One bomb hit, but it's not even a critical.
Well, that's probably the story. Is the reason they weren't hit and lost no planes was because they were probably off target.
Yeah. So. All right. So that's for the 1400.
This wave is landing at Beach Thunder now, right?
Yeah, that beach.
Okay. I rolled for them. They're going to
2
be
squares to the right.
all right. That's fun. Who is this? Who is the 25th Infantry Division commander?
I asked Wolfton that, and he said that they never assigned anybody.
Yeah, they didn't assign anybody because, I mean, the game's about to end momentarily, so he honestly, yeah, we're not even worried. We'll deal. There is one for the play-by-post. We'll deal with it later.
Who is it? Just out of curiosity. You kind of trailed off.
Sorry, I can't remember right off the top of my head, to be honest with
you. Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Alright, so I have two artillery batteries that can shoot at things. They did not give specific targets. Most of the area they're shooting at isn't even occupied, so this might turn into friendly fire.
Okay, where are they shooting?
They're just shooting at enemy positions across the river, which have now all been emptied of enemies. but I
Yeah,
guess
if
there's
they're,
a risk
if they're
of
continuing to
hitting.
order them to shoot, if they're continuing to order them to shoot across the river at things that, and we've got, I mean, you've got a tank unit and an infantry unit across the river, 2 batteries.
Yeah, 2 batteries.
All right, I'll roll something to see how much friendly fire gets hammered into them. Okay, yeah, they're gonna get
Oh,
some
no.
friendly fire just
That's very bad.
just by curse of. So they definitely get hit with friendly fire, and it's going to do 4 damage to the tank and 3 damage to that infantry. And they're going to scream about friendly fire.
Okay.
Because the tanks have gotten hurt more from friendly fire than from the enemy all day.
Yeah.
And the tankers have radios, and they're going to be yelling a lot.
We roll for indirect fire, like fully. This artillery battery is ordered to fire at this bridge.
And incidentally, Sam just happens to be on the bridge.
When he gave the order, that was not the case.
I'm saying the artillery battery's firing, and at the point that the impacts are happening, there just happens to be a.
He gave the order to fall on this bridge, and when he gave that order, Sam was not there.
Okay. Well, so he's just firing on the bridge.
Yeah.
I mean, roll like a d12 on a 12. On the 12, he collapses the bridge. It's just not even.
Yeah, that's 4.
Yeah, I mean, you're like, I love how people are acting like these are not HIMARS batteries.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think he just wanted to hit like a choke point that he knew people were going to be pulling out of.
Do you can these guys in the south retreat west? Do you think it's possible if they abandon the guns? Can anyone got any opinions? Can these guys in the south retreat west if they abandon their guns?
So they're going to just abandon the artillery?
Yeah, the artillery sabotage them or just
Okay.
abandon
them. Are these guys attacking? Is McClure continuing to attack?
Yeah.
Then Company G is definitely going to get cut off. Company I can get out of there. Yeah. Company I, if they're really just falling back and they have no desire to fight, maybe we'll just give them 1 for casualties sustained and they could fall back. But Company G's going to get trapped. If they're trying to fall back west, the HQ can just get out of there too. But
Are we good to send reports yet, or are we still waiting?
I think it sounds like we might be calling it.
well, we're good to send reports, and we've done 11 turns. So yeah, this will be the 1400 report, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll call it for the day at the 1400 report, and this game we won't go to a full like tabletop everybody jump in sort of thing because this game's going to get continued. I'll just save it as it is. I'll do a save state on this, and we will move on from here. All right. So we'll give out these reports, and then we'll call this for the day. Add that to the dead pile.
Are you going to have a post-battle debrief?
I'll have a post-battle debrief, but only for the now 3 players, because Dookie got killed, and I think he's already kind of gone on with his day.
All right, I'll probably proceed
to for those.
Okay, then I'll proceed to wrap up the live stream.
All right.
So we'll be ending here. So is this? Oh, you have a couple more resolutions. So
Yeah. Okay, they're rolling.
Should I tell people I think we're calling it here?
Well, once we get the report in, yeah. Once you get them their report, you
The
tell them.
1400 report.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I've got to deliver 1400 reports for the naval and air stuff. Oh yeah, dead pile. So, all right. So he was able to extricate a small piece of his force to the west. He's got one company left. Right. All right. Do we have any other resolution we need for the 1400 report?
Don't think so.
All right. Save state then.
all right. I'll read a couple more comments and we're going to wrap up. Lancer says the historical Japanese garrison on Guadalcanal was about 600 SNLF Marines and 2,200 Korean laborers. Don't know what your in-game defenders amounted to. Probably quite a few more, given what we're looking at here. Probably double or triple at least that much. We're looking at, each one of these blocks being a company. So maybe even 4 times that amount all told. And then the Allies, of course, brought quite a few. Lancer says, I say, lads, could you kindly shift your artillery a few hundred meters to the east? You're doing a right horrible job on the paint on our tanks. Thanks awfully. There you have it. Anyway, this is the game. Because it's part of a campaign, we don't want to give too much away to the players. So there's not much in the way of a proper debrief, as is customary. So we're going to wrap up the live stream. The players themselves know they're not really supposed to watch this, so hopefully they have not done so. If they have, either intentionally or inadvertently, I would just remind them that, hey, you can't really use any of the information that you gleaned from today's episode or live stream in your decision making. So you need to exercise a little honor there and just say, look, would I be doing this without this information? And if the answer is no, then you don't do that, even though it may be a great move or an optimal play or more in your favor. You just kind of got to roll with it because that's how the game is played. So, I want to thank everyone for being here. We'll have more tomorrow. We'll talk about this or another topic. I haven't decided on topic for tomorrow morning's podcast. Coffee, Kegs, and Kriegsspiel. It'll be at 9 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow, as usual. I do want to encourage people to support that podcast, though. You can get there from our Patreon. I'll put the link here for you into the YouTube because we could use support. So let's see here. If I go to, here we go. Here's the direct link to it. There we are. Yeah, no peeking. That's right. Okay, and there in the YouTube is the link to our Patreon. Keep in mind we also have our store. You can get our merch. We have our website, and most importantly of all, we have our Discord, and that's how you're going to get involved in our future upcoming events. So everyone is invited. The learning curve is quite shallow. It's easy to play, but challenging to master. In fact, old masters like me, I am the okayest Kriegspieler you'll ever meet. So I'll tell you that. Well, anyway, thank you very much, and we will see you on our next adventure. Bye for now. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone,